Chapter 75 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sanjayparikh. The War Trail by Mayne Reid. Chapter 75. The Indios Bravos. You may be asking what the trapper meant by a war trail. It has been a phrase of frequent occurrence with us. It is a phrase of the frontier. Even at the 11th hour, let me offer its explanation. For half a century, aye, for 3 centuries and more, even since the conquest itself, the northern frontier of Mexico has been, in what is termed in old-fashioned phraseology, a disturbed state. Though the semi-civilized Aztecs and the kindred races of town-dwelling Indians easily yielded to the sword of the Spanish conquerors, far different has been the history of the wild tribes, the free hunters of the plains. Upon those mighty steppes that occupy the whole central area of the North American continent, dwell tribes of Indians, nations they might be called, who neither know nor ever have known other rule than that of their own chieftains. Even when Spain was at her strongest, she failed to subjugate the Indios Bravos of her frontiers, who to the present hour have preserved their wild freedom. I speak not of the great nations of the northern prairies, Sioux and Cheyenne, Blackfeet and Crow, Pawnee and Arapaho. With these the Spanish race scarcely ever came in contact. I refer more particularly to the tribes whose range impinges upon the frontiers of Mexico: Comanche, Lipan, Utah, Apache, and Navajo. It is not in the annals of Spain to prove that any one of these tribes ever yielded to her conquering sword, and equally a failure has been the attempt to wheedle them into a fanatical civilization by the much-boasted conquest of the mission. Free, then, the prairie Indians are from white man's rule, and free have they been, as though the keels of Columbus had never plowed the Carib Sea. But although they have preserved their independence for 3 centuries, for 3 centuries have they never known peace. Between the Red Indian and the White Iberian, along the frontier of northern Mexico, a war border has existed since the days of Cortez to the present hour, constantly shifting north or south, but ever extended from east to west, from ocean to ocean, through wide degrees of longitude. North of this border ranges the Indio Bravo. South of it dwells his degenerate and conquered kinsman, the Indio Manso, not in the tents, but in the towns of his Spanish conqueror. The former free as the prairie wind, the latter yoked to a condition of peon vassalage, with chains as strong as those of slavery itself. The neutral belt of hostile ground lies between, on the one side half defended by a line of garrisoned forts, presidios, on the other sheltered from attack by the wild and waterless desert. I have stated that this war border has been constantly shifting, either northward or southward. Such was its history up to the beginning of the present cycle. Since then, a remarkable change has been going forward in the relative position of Indian and Iberian, and the line of hostile ground has been moving only in one direction, continually towards the south. To speak in less metaphorical phrase, the red man has been encroaching upon the territory of the white man. The so-called savage has been gaining ground upon the domain of civilization. Not slowly or gradually either, but by gigantic strides, by the conquest of whole provinces as large as England 10 times told. I shall make the announcement of a fact, or rather a hypothesis, scarcely well known, though strange enough. It may interest, if not surprise, the ethnologist. I assert, then, that had the four tribes of North Mexican Indians, Comanche, Lipano, Apache, and Navajo, been left to themselves, in less than another century, they would have driven the degenerate descendants of the conquerors of Cortes from the soil of Anahuac. I make this assertion with a full belief and clear conviction of its truthfulness. The hypothesis rests upon a basis of realities. It would require but very simple logic to prove it, but a few facts may yield illustration. With the fall of Spanish rule in Mexico, ended the predominance of the Spaniard over the Indian. By revolution, the presidios became shorn of their strength, and no longer offered a barrier even to the weakest incursion. In fact, a neutral line no more exists. Whole provinces, Sonora, Chihuahua, Tamaulipas, Sinaloa, and Leon, are no better than neutral ground, or to speak more definitely, form an extended territory conquered and desolated by the Indians. Even beyond these, into the provincias internas, have the bold copper-colored freebooters of late carried their forays, even to the very gates of Durango. 200 Comanche warriors, or as many Apaches, fear not to ride hundreds of miles into the heart of civilized Mexico, hesitate not to attack a city or a settlement, scruple not to drag from hearth and home lovely maids and tender children. Only these, and carry them slave and captive to their wild fastnesses in the desert. And this is no occasional foray, no long gathering outburst of revenge or retaliation, but an annual expedition, forming part of the regular routine of the year and occurring at the season when the buffalo have migrated to the north, occurring in that month in the calendar of these aboriginal brigands, jocosely styled the Mexican moon. Upon whose head falls the blow thus periodically repeated? Upon the poor and unprotected. No doubt you will fancy so. A single fact may serve to undeceive you. Only a few years ago, Trias, a man of first family in Mexico and governor of the large state of Chihuahua, lost one of his sons by an Indian foray. The boy was taken prisoner by the Comanches, and it was only after years of negotiation and payment of a large sum that the father recovered his child. Thus the governor of a province, with means and military at his command, was not powerful enough to cause the surrender of his captive son. He was forced to buy him. It is computed that at this moment there are 3,000 white captives in the hands of the North Mexican Indians, nearly all of them Spanish descent. They are mostly females, and live as slave wives of their captors, if such connection may be dignified by the name. There are white men, too, among the Indians, prisoners taken in their youth, and strange as it may appear, few of them, either of the men or women, evince any desire to return to their former life or homes. Some, when ransomed, have refused the boon. Not uncommon along the frontier has been witnessed that heart-rending scene, a father who had recovered his child from the savages and yet unable to reclaim its affection or even to arouse it to a recognition of its parentage. In a few years, sometimes only months, the captives forget their early ties and become wedded to their new life, become Injunized. But a short time before, an instance had come under our own observation. The wounded brave taken in the skirmish at the Mound was a full-blooded Mexican, had been carried off by the Comanches some years ago from the settlements on the lower Rio Grande. In consideration of this, we gave him his liberty, under the impression that he would gladly avail himself of the opportunity to return to his kindred. He proved wanting in gratitude, as in natural affection. The same night on which he was set free, he took the route back to the prairies, mounted upon one of the best horses of our troop, which he had stolen from its unfortunate owner. Such are the Cosas de Mexico, a few of the traits of frontier life on the Rio Bravo del Norte. But what of the war trail? That is not yet explained. Know then that from the country of the Indians to that of the Mexicans extend many great paths, running for hundreds of miles from point to point. They follow the courses of streams or cross vast desert plains where water is found only at long intervals of distance. They are marked by the tracks of mules, horses, and captives. Here and there they are whitened by bones, the bones of men, of women, of animals. They have perished by the way. Strange paths are these. What are they, and who have made them? Who travel by these roads that lead through the wild and homeless desert? Indians. They are the paths of the Comanche and Quechua, the roads made by their warriors during the Mexican moon. It was upon one of these that the trapper was gazing, when he gave out the emphatic utterance, "War Trail by the Eternal." End of chapter 75.
Chapter 76 of the War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 76 on the War Trail. Scarcely staying to quench my thirst, I led my horse across the stream and commenced scrutinizing the trail upon the opposite bank. The faithful trackers were by my side, no fear of them lagging behind. I had won the hearts of both these men, and that they would have risked life to serve me I could no longer doubt, since over and over again they had risked it. For Gary, strong, courageous, handsome in the true sense, and noble-hearted, I felt real friendship, which the young trapper reciprocated. For his older comrade, the feeling I had was like himself, indefinable, indescribable. It was strongly tinctured with admiration, but admiration of the intellectual rather than the moral or personal qualities of the man. Instead of intellectual, I should rather say instinctive, for his keen, intuitive thoughts appeared more like instincts than the result of a process of ratiocination. That the old trapper admired me in his own phraseology, liked me mightily, I was aware. He was equally zealous as the younger in my service, but too free an exhibition of zeal was in his eyes a weakness, and he endeavored to conceal it. His admiration of myself was perhaps owing to the fact that I neither attempted to thwart him in his humors nor rival him in his peculiar knowledge, the craft of the prairie. In this I was but his pupil, and behaved as such, generally deferring to his judgment. Another impulse acted upon the trackers, sheer love of the part they were now playing. Just as the hound loves the trail, so did they, and hunger, thirst, weariness, one or all must be felt to an extreme degree before they would voluntarily forsake it. Scarcely staying, therefore, to quench their thirst, they followed me out of the water, and all three of us, together, bent our attention to the sign. It was a war trail, a true war trail. There was not the track of a dog, not the drag of a lodgepole upon it. Had it been a moving encampment of peaceable Indians, these signs would have been visible. Moreover, there would have been seen numerous footsteps of Indian women, of squaws, for the slave wife of the lordly Comanche is compelled to traverse the prairies up-heed, loaded like the pack-horse that follows at her heels. But though no footprints of Indian women appeared, there were tracks of women, scores of them, plainly imprinted in the soil of the river bank. Those slender impressions, scarcely a span in length, smoothly molded in the mud, were not to be mistaken for the footsteps of an Indian squaw. There was not the wide divergence at the heels with the toes turned inward. Neither was there the moccasin print. No, those tiny tracks must have been made by women of that nation who possess the smallest and prettiest feet in the world, by women of Mexico. "Captives!" we exclaimed, as soon as our eyes rested upon the tracks. "Ah, poor critters!" said Rube sympathizingly. "The cussed niggers have made them footed, while there's been spare hosses aplenty. Wah! A good wheen o' women there's been, a score 'em at the least. Wah! I pity 'em, poor girls, in such company as they've got into. It are a life they've got to lead. Wah!" Rube did not reflect how heavily his words were falling upon my heart. There were the tracks of more than 100 horses and as many mules. Some of both were iron-shod. But for all that, we knew they had been either ridden or driven by Indians. They, too, were captives. The sign helped my companions to much knowledge that would have been unintelligible to me. It was certainly the path of a war party of Indians on the back track. They were laden with plunder and driving before them, or forcing to follow, a crowd of captives, horses, mules, and women, children too, for we saw the tiny footmarks of tender age. The trail was significant of all this, even to me. But my comrades saw more. They no longer doubted that the Indians were Comanches. A moccasin had been picked up, a castaway, and the leathern tassel attached to the heel declared the tribe to which its bearer belonged to be the Comanche. The trail was quite fresh, that is, but a few hours had intervened since the Indians passed along it. Notwithstanding the dryness of the atmosphere, the mud on the river edge had not yet become skinned, and the trappers expressed it. The Indians had forded the stream about the time the prairie was set on fire. The horses we had been following across the burnt plain were those of a party who had gone out in pursuit of the steed. Just at the ford they had overtaken the main body, who carried along the spoil and captives. From that point all had advanced together. Had they done so? This was our first object of inquiry. It was almost too probable to admit of a doubt. But we desired to be certain about a matter of such primary importance, and we looked for the hoof, with the piece chipped from its edge, easily to be identified by all of us. In the muddy margin of the stream we could not find it, but the steed may have been led or ridden in front of the rest, and his tracks trampled out by the thick drove that followed. At this moment Stanfield came up, and joined us in the examination. The ranger had scarcely bent his eyes on the trail, when a significant exclamation escaped him. He stood pointing downward to the track of a shod horse. "My horse!" cried he. "My horse, Hickory, by gosh!" "Your horse? May I never see Cane Tuck if it ain't. You sure it, old boss? You sure it's yourn?" "Sure as shootin'. I shod him myself. I could tell that 'ere track on a dry sandbar. I know every nail thar. I druv him with me own hand. It's him, sartin." "Whoo-ee!" whistled Rube in his significant way. "That makes things a leetle plainer, I reckon. And so I thort all along, and so I thort. Yes, so I thort. The darned renegade nigger," he added with angry emphasis. "I knowed we dud wrong to let him go. We oughta served him as I proposed. We oughta cut his durnation throat and scalped him the minute we took him. Cuss the luck that we didn't. Wah!" Rube's words needed no interpretation. We knew whose throat he would have cut. That of the Indianized Mexican taken at the Mesa, and I remembered that at the time of his capture such had been Rube's advice, overruled, of course, by the more merciful of his comrades. The trapper had assigned some reason. He knew something of the man's history. He now repeated his reasons. "He are a true renegade," said he, "and thar ain't on all the prairies a wusser enemy to whites than that more particularly to Texan whites. He were at the massacre of Wilson family on the Clore Creek of the Brazos, and were conspicuous in the scrimmage. More too, it er thought he toted off one of Wilson girls and made a squaw o' her, for he's mighty given that way, I'm hearin'. Whoa! He are wuss than an Injun, for the reason that he understands the ways of the whites. I never knowed such a foolish thing as ter let him get clur. 'E may thank your luck, Mr. Stanifield, that he didn't take your har at the same time when he took your hoss. Whoa! That ye may.' It was Stanfield's horse that had been stolen by the renegade, and the tracks now identified by the ranger were those of that animal, no doubt with the freebooter upon his back. This new discovery let in a flood of light. Beyond a doubt the war party was the same we had met by the mound, with perhaps a reinforcement, the same that had just plundered the Mexican town, the same who had paid their hurried visit to the hacienda, and this renegade. Strange remembrances were crowding into my brain. I remembered meeting this semi-savage sulking about the road, after we had granted him his parole. I remembered upon one occasion seeing him while riding out with her. I remembered the rude expression with which he had regarded my companion, the glance half fierce, half lustful. I remembered that it made me angry, that I rebuked and threatened him. I now remembered all. Wild thoughts came rushing into my mind, worse thoughts than ever. I sprang to my saddle, and calling out some half-coherent orders, rode rapidly along the trail. End of chapter 76. Chapter 77 of the War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 77. The Writing on the Maguey. The skill of the trackers was no longer called in need. The war trail was as easily followed as a toll road. A blind man could have guided himself along such a well-trodden highway. Our rate of speed was now ruled by the capacity of our horses. Alas, their power was nearly at an end. They had been 2 days and a night under the saddle, with but a few hours to refresh themselves by food or rest. They could not hold out much longer. One by one they began to lag, until the greater number of them followed with tottering step hundreds of yards in the rear. It was in vain to contend against nature. The men were still willing, though they too were weary to death. But their horses were quite done up. Even whip and spur could force them no farther. Only my own matchless steed could have continued the journey. Alone I might have advanced, but that would have been madness. What could I have accomplished alone? Night was fast coming down. It was already twilight. I saw by the clouded sky we should have no moon. We might follow the trail with our waxen torches, not yet burnt out, but that would no longer be safe. For myself, I was reckless enough to have risked life in any way, but the lives of my comrades were not mine. I could not give them. I should not wastefully fling them away. Reluctantly, I glided from my saddle, gave my steed to the grass, and sat down upon the earth. My followers, coming up, said not a word, but picketing their horses, seated themselves around me. One by one they stretched themselves along the sward, and in 10 minutes all were asleep. I alone could not sleep. The fever of unrest was upon me. The demon of thought would not let me close my eyes. Though my orbs ached with the long protracted vigil, I thought that not all the drowsy syrups of the world could have given me repose at that moment. I felt as one who suffers under delirium, produced by the intoxicating cup, the fearful mania apatu. I could neither sleep nor rest. I could not even remain seated. I rose to my feet and wandered around without heed of where I was going. I strode over the recumbent forms of my sleeping companions. I went among the horses. I paced backwards and forwards along the banks of the stream. There was a stream, a small arroyo or rivulet. It was this that had caused me to halt in that particular spot. For wild as were my thoughts, I had enough of reason left to know that we could not encamp without water. The sight of the arroyo had decided my wavering resolution, and upon its banks, almost mechanically, I had drawn bridle and dismounted. I once more descended to the bed of the stream, and raising the water in the palms of my hands, repeatedly applied it to my lips and temples. The cool liquid refreshed me, and seemed to soothe both my nerves and my spirit. After a time, both felt calmer, and I sat down upon the bank, and watched for a while the clear rivulet rippling past over its bed of yellow sand and glistening pebbles of quartz. The water was perfectly diaphanous, and though the sun was no longer shining, I could see tiny silver fish of the genus Hyodon sporting themselves in the lowest depths of the pool. How I envied them their innocent gambols, their life of crystal purity and freedom. Here in this remote prairie stream dwelt not the alligator, nor the ravenous garfish. Here came no dolphin or shark to chase them, no tyrant of the waters to put them in fear. To be envied indeed, such an insouciant happy existence. I watched them for a while, till I thought my eyes were growing heavy, and after all I might sleep. The murmur of the arroyo helped to increase this inclination to repose, and perhaps I might have slept, but at that moment, chancing to look around, my eyes rested upon an object that again drove sleep far away, and I was soon as wakeful as ever. Close to where I had seated myself grew a large plant of the Mexican aloe, Agave americana. It was the wild maguey, of course, but of a species with broad fleshy leaves of dark green color, somewhat resembling the maguey of cultivation. I noticed that one of the great blades of the plant was bruised down, and the spine which had terminated it torn off. All this would not have drawn my attention. I was already aware that the Indians had made a halt where we were encamped, and their sign was plenteous around, in the tracks of their animals and the broken branches of trees. One of their horses or mules might have munched at the maguey in passing, and viewing the bruised blade from a distance, I should have hazarded just such a conjecture. But my eyes were close to the plant, and to my astonishment I observed that there was writing upon the leaf. I turned over upon my knees, and seizing the huge blade, bent it down before me, so as to obtain a better view of its surface. I read, "Captured by Comanches, a war party with many captives, women and children. Ay de mi, pobres niñas, northwest from this place, saved from death. Alas, I fear." The writing ended abruptly. There was no signature, but it needed not that. I had no doubts about who was the writer. In fact, rude as was the chirography, from the materials used, I easily identified the hand. It was Isolina de Vargas who had written. I saw that she had torn off the terminal spine, and using it as a stylus, had graven those characters upon the epidermis of the plant. Sweet, subtle spirit. Under any guise I could have recognized its outpourings. Saved from death. Thank heaven for that. Alas, I fear. Oh, what feared she? Was it worse than death? That terrible fate? Too terrible to think of? She had broken off without finishing the sentence. Why had she done so? The sheet was broad, would have held many more words. Why had she not written more? Did she dread to tell the cause of her fear? Or had she been interrupted by the approach of some of her tyrant captors? O merciful heaven, save me from thought. I reread the words over and over. There was nothing more. Why had she not written more? On both sides, concave and convex. I examined them. Not a word more could I find. What I had read was all she had written. End of chapter 77. Chapter 78 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 78. The Southern Savage. I need not tell how deeply I was affected by the unexpected communication. All at once were decided a variety of doubts. All at once was I made aware of the exact situation. Isolina still lived. That was no longer doubtful, and the knowledge produced joy. More than this, she was still uninjured, able to think, to act, to write, not only living but well. The singular billet was proof of all this. Another point, her hands must have been free. Her hands at least. Else how could she have traced those lines? And with such a pencil. It argued indulgence, perhaps kind treatment, on the part of her captors. Another point yet. She knew I was in pursuit. She had seen me then as I galloped after. It was her cry I had heard as the steed dashed into the chaparral. She had recognized me and called back. She knew I would still be following. She knew I was following, and for me was the writing meant. Sweet, subtle spirit. Once more I devoured the welcome words, but my heart grew heavy as I pondered over them. What had caused her to break off so abruptly? What was it her intention to have said? Of what was she in fear? It was thinking about this that caused the heaviness upon my heart and forced me to give way to horrid imagings. Naturally, my thoughts reverted to her captors. Naturally, I reflected upon the character of the prairie savage. So different from that of the forest Indian. Opposite as is the aspect of their homes, and perhaps influenced by this very cause, though there are many others. Climate, contact with Spanish civilization, so distinct from Saxon, the horse, conquest over white foes, concubinage with white and beautiful women, the daughters of the race of Cortez. All these have combined to produce in the Southern Indian a spiritual existence that more resembles Andalusia than England, more like Mexico than Boston or New York. Psychologically speaking, there is not so much difference between Paris and the prairies, between the habitat of the Bal Mobile and the horse Indian of the plains. No cold ascetic this, no romantic savage, alike celebrated for silence and continence, but a true voluptuary, gay of thought and free of tongue, amorous, salacious, immoral. In 9 cases out of 10, the young Comanche is a boastful Lothario, as any flaneur that may be met upon the boulevards. The old, a lustful sinner. Women, the idol of both. Women is the constant theme of their conversation, their motive for every act. For these they throw the prairie dice. For these they race their swift mustangs. To win them, they paint in hideous guise. To buy them, they steal horses. To capture them, they go to war. And yet, with all their wanton love, they are true tyrants to the sex. Wife they have none, for it would be sheer sacrilege to apply this noble title to the squaw of a Comanche. Mistress is scarcely a fitter term. Rather say slave. Hers is a hard lot indeed. Hers it is to hew the wood and draw the water, to strike the tent and pitch it, to load the horse and pack the dog, to grain the skin and cure the meat, to plant the maize, the melon, squash, to hoe and reap them, to wait obsequious on her lounging lord, anticipate his whim or wish, be true to him, else lose her ears or nose, for such horrid forfeiture is, by Comanche custom, the punishment of conjugal infidelity. But hard as is the lot of the native wife, harder still is that of the white captive. 'Tis hers to endure all the ills enumerated, with still another, the hostility of the squaw herself. The white captive is truly the slave of a slave, the victim of a treble antipathy, of race, of color, of jealousy. Ofttimes is she beaten, abused, mutilated, and rarely does the apathetic lord interfere to protect her from this feminine but fiend-like persecution. These were not imaginings. They were not fancies begot in my own brain. Would they had been so! Too well did I know they were facts, horrid realities. Can you wonder that sleep was shaken from my eyelids, that I could not think of rest or stay, till I had delivered my loved one, my betrothed, from the danger of such a destiny? All thought of sleep was banished. Even weariness forsook me. I felt fresh as if I had slept. My nerves were strung from emprise. It was but the excitement, renewed by what I had read, the impatience of a new and keen apprehension. I would have mounted and gone forward, spurning rest and sleep, regardless of danger, would I have followed. But what could I do alone? Aye, and what with my few followers? Ha! I had not thought of this. Up to that moment, I had not put this important question, and I had need to reflect upon the answer. What if we should overtake this band of brigands, moody laden as they were, and cumbered with captives? Surely we could come up with them by night or by day. But what then? Ah, what then? There were 9 of us, and we were in pursuit of a war party of at least 100 in number. 100 braves armed and equipped for battle. The choice warriors of their tribe, flushed with late success, and vengeful against ourselves on account of former defeat. If conquered, we need look for no mercy at their hands. If conquered, how could it be otherwise? 9 against 100. How could we conquer? Up to this moment, I say, I had not thought of the result. I was borne along by only one impulse, the idea of overtaking the steed and rescuing his rider from her perilous situation. It was only within the hour that her peril had assumed a new phase. Only an hour since we had learned that she had escaped from one danger to be brought within the influence of another. At first had I felt joy, but the feeling was of short existence, for now I recognized in the new situation a greater peril than that she had outlived. She had been rescued from death, to become the victim of dishonor. End of chapter 78. Chapter 79 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Mayne Reid. Chapter 79. A Subterranean Fire. In the midst of my meditations, night descended upon the earth. It promised to be a moonless night. A robe of sable clouds formed a somber lining to the sky, and through this neither moon nor stars were visible. It grew darker apace, until in the dim light I could scarcely distinguish the forms of my companions, neither men nor horses, though both were near me. The men were still asleep, stretched along the grass in various attitudes, like so many bodies upon a battlefield. The horses were too hungry to sleep. The constant crop told that they were greedily browsing upon the sward of grama grass that by good fortune grew luxuriantly around. This would be the best rest for them, and I was glad to think that this splendid provender would in a few hours recruit their strength. It was the Chondrosium fanium, the favorite food of horses and cattle, and in its effects upon their condition almost equal to the bean or the oat. I knew it would soon freshen the jaded animals and make them ready for the road. At least in this there was some consolation. Notwithstanding the preoccupation of my thoughts, I began to be sensible of a physical discomfort, which, despite their low latitude, is often experienced upon the southern prairies. Cold. A chill breeze had set in with the night, which in half an hour became a strong and violent wind, increasing in coldness as in strength. In that half hour the thermometer must have fallen at least 50 Fahrenheit degrees, and such a phenomenon is not rare upon the plains of Texas. The wind was the well-known norther, which often kills both men and animals that chance to be exposed to its icy breath. I have endured the rigor of a Canadian winter, have crossed the frozen lakes, have slept upon a snow wreath amidst the wild wastes of Rupert's Land, but I cannot remember cold more intensely chilling than I have suffered in a Texas norther. This extreme does not arise from the absolute depression of the thermometer, which at least is a poor indicator of either heat or cold. I mean the sensation of either. It is more probably the contrast springing from the sudden change, the exposure, the absence of proper clothing or shelter, the state of the blood, and other like circumstances that cause both heat and cold to be more sensibly felt. I had ofttimes experienced the chill blast of the norther, but never more acutely than upon that night. The day had been sweltering hot, the thermometer at noon ranging about the 100th Fahrenheit degree, while in the first hour of darkness it could not have been far above the 20th. Had I judged by my sensations, I should have put it even lower. Certainly it had passed the freezing point, and sharp sleet and hail were borne upon the wings of the wind. With nerves deranged from want of rest and sleep after the hot day's march, after the perspiration produced by long exposure upon the heated surface of the burnt prairie. I perhaps felt the cold more acutely than I should otherwise have done. My blood seemed to stagnate and freeze within my veins. I was fain to wrap around my body a buffalo robe, which some careless savage had dropped upon the trail. My followers were not so well furnished, starting as we had done without any thought of being absent for the night. No preparation had been made for camping out. Only a portion of them chanced to have their blankets strapped upon the cantles of their saddles. These were now the fortunate ones. The norther had roused all of them from their slumbers, had awaked them as suddenly as a douche of cold water would have done, and one and all were groping about in the darkness, some seeking for their blankets, others for such shelter as was afforded by the lee side of the bushes. Fortunately, there were some saddle blankets, and these were soon dragged from the backs of the horses. The poor brutes themselves suffered equally with their owners. They stood cowering under the cold, with their hips to the cutting blast, their limbs drawn close together, and their flanks shaggy and shivering. Some of them half sheltered themselves behind the bushes, scarce caring to touch the grass at their feet. It would have been easy enough to make a fire. There was dry wood in plenty near the spot, and of the best kind for burning, the large species of mesquite. Some of the men were for kindling fires at once, regardless of consequences, but this design was overruled by the more prudent of the party. The trappers were strongly against it. Cold as was the night and dark, they knew that neither the northern nor the darkness would deter Indians from being abroad. A party might be out upon the prowl. The very buffalo skin we had picked up might bring a squad of them back, for it was the grand robe of some brave or chief, whose whole life history was delineated in hieroglyphic painting upon its inner surface. To have made a fire might have cost us our lives, so alleged the trappers, Rube and Gary. It would be better to endure the cold than risk our scalps, so counseled they. But for all that, Rube had no idea of being starved to death. He could kindle a fire and burn it upon an open prairie, without the least fear of its being seen. And in a few minutes' time he had succeeded in making one that could not have been discovered by the most sharp-sighted Indian in creation. I had watched the operation with some interest. He first collected a quantity of dead leaves, dry grass, and short sticks of the mesquite tree, all of which he placed under his saddle blanket to prevent the rain and sleet from wetting them. This done, he drew out his bowie knife, and with the blade crowed a hole into the turf about a foot deep, and 10 inches or a foot in diameter. In the bottom of this hole he placed the grass and leaves, having first ignited them by means of his flint, steel, and punk tinder, all of which implements formed part of the contents of Rube's pouch and possible sack, ever present. On the top of the now blazing leaves and grass he placed the dry sticks, first the smaller ones, and then those of larger dimensions, until the hole was filled up to the brim, and over all he laid the piece of sod, originally cut from the surface, and which fitted as neatly as a lid. His furnace being now finished and in full blast, the old trapper hunkered down close to its edge, in such a position as to embrace the fire between his thighs and have it nearly under him. He then drew his old saddle blanket over his shoulders, allowing it to droop behind until he had secured it under the salient points of his lank angular hips. In front he passed the blanket over his knees, until both ends, reaching the ground, were gripped tightly between his toes. The contrivance was complete, and there sat the earless trapper, like a hand glass over a plant of spring rhubarb, a slight smoke oozing through the apertures of the scant blanket, and curling up around his ears, as though he was hatching upon a hotbed. But no fire could be seen, though Rube shivered no longer. He soon found imitators. Gary had already constructed a similar furnace, and the others were soon warming themselves by this simple but ingenious device. I did not disdain to avail myself of the extra shaft which the kind-hearted Gary had sunk for my accommodation, and having placed myself by its side, and drawn the ample robe over my shoulders, I felt as warm as if seated in front of a sea-cold fire. Under other circumstances I might have joined in the merriment produced among my companions by the ludicrous spectacle which we presented. A comic spectacle indeed. 9 of us squatted at intervals over the ground, the blue smoke escaping through the interstices of our robes and blankets, and rising around our heads, as though one and all of us were on fire. Wind, sleet, and darkness continued throughout the whole night. Cold wind, sharp icy sleet, and black darkness that seemed palpable to the touch. Ever so eager, ever so fresh, we could not have advanced along the trail. Grand War Trail as it was, it could not have been traced under that amorphous obscurity, and we had no means of carrying a light, even had it been safe to do so. We had no lantern, and the norther, with one blast, would have whisked out a torch of pitch pine. We thought no more of going forward, until either the day should break or the wind come to a lull. At midnight we replenished our subterranean fires and remained on the ground. Hail, rain, wind, and darkness. My companions rested their heads upon their knees, and nodding, slept. No sleep for me, not even the repose of thought. Like some fevered sufferer on his wakeful couch, I counted the hours, the minutes seemed hours. Rain, hail, sleet, and wind seemed like darkness itself to belong to the night. As long as night lasted, so long continued they. When it came to an end, all vanished together. The norther had exhausted its strength. A wild turkey, killed before nightfall, with some steaks of the peccary pork, furnished us with an ample breakfast. It was hastily cooked and hastily eaten, and as the first streak of dawn appeared along the horizon, we were in our saddles and advancing upon the trail. End of chapter 79. Chapter 80 of the War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 80. A Red Epistle. The trail led northwest, as written upon the Maguey. No doubt Isolina had heard her captors forespeak their plans. I knew that she herself understood something of the Comanche language. The accomplishment may appear strange, and not strange either, when it is known that her mother could have spoken it well. With her it was a native tongue. But even without this knowledge, she might still have learned the designs of the savages, for these southern Comanches are accomplished linguists. Many of them can speak the beautiful language of Andalusia. There was a time when a portion of the tribe submitted to the teaching of the mission padres. Besides, a few among them might boast, which they do not, of Iberian blood. No doubt, then, that the captive in their midst had overheard them discussing their projects. We had ridden about 2 hours when we came upon the ground where the Indians had made their night camp. We approached it warily and with stealth, for we were now traveling with great caution. We had need. Should a single savage, straggling behind, set eyes upon us, we might as well be seen by the whole band. If discovered upon the war trail, our lives would not be worth much. Some of us might escape, but even if all of us survived, our plan would be completely frustrated. I say plan, for I had formed one. During the long vigil of the night, my thoughts had not been idle, and a course of action I had traced out, though it was not yet fully developed in my mind. Circumstances might yet alter it, or aid me in its execution. We approached their night encampment, then, warily and with stealth. The smoke of its smoldering fires pointed out the place and warned us from afar. We found it quite deserted, the gaunt wolf and coyote alone occupying the ground, disputing with each other possession of the hide and bones of a horse, the debris of an Indian breakfast. Had we not known already, the trappers could have told by the sign of the camp to what tribe the Indians belonged. There were still standing the poles of a tent, only one, doubtless the lodge of the head chief. The poles were temporary ones, saplings cut from the adjacent thicket. They were placed in a circle, and, meeting at the top, were tied together with a piece of thong, so that, when covered, the lodge would have exhibited the form of a perfect cone. This we knew was the fashion of the Comanche tent. "If 't'hed been a kickapoo," said Rube, who took the opportunity of displaying his knowledge, "they'd have bent the poles in'ard, so's to make a sort of round top. D.C. And if they'd have been Wacos or Wichitos, they'd have left a hole at the top to let out the smoke. Delawares and Shawnee would have had tents just like whites, but that ain't their way o' makin' a fire. In a Shawnee fire, the logs 'ud have been laid wi' one end turned in on t'other turned out, just like the star on a Texas flag, or the spokes o' a wagon wheel. Likewise, Cherokee and Choctaw would have had regular tents, but their fire would have been also different. They'd have set the logs parallel, side by side, and lit 'em only at one end, and then pushed 'em up as fast as they burned. That's their way. You see, these here logs sot different. They're lit in the middle, and that's Kimmage for sartant it. Rube's clairvoyance extended further. The savages had been astart as early as ourselves. They had decamped about daylight and were now exactly 2 hours ahead of us on the trail. Why were they traveling so rapidly? Not from fear of pursuit by any enemy. The soldiers of Mexico, had these been regarded by them, were too busy with the Saxon foe, and vice versa. They could hardly be expecting, as upon an expedition, to rob them of their captives. Perhaps they were driving forward to be in time for the great herds of buffalo, that, along with the cold northers, might now be looked for in the higher latitudes of the Comanche range. This was the explanation given by the trappers, most probably the true one. Under the influence of singular emotions, I rode over the ground. There were other signs besides those of the savage, signs of the plunder with which they were laden, signs of civilization. There were fragments of broken cups and musical instruments, torn leaves of books, remnants of dresses, silks and velvets, a small satin slipper, the peculiar chaussure of the Mexican manola, side by side with a worn-out, mud-stained moccasin, fit emblems of savage and civilized life. There was no time for speculating on so curious a confusion. I was looking for signs of her, for traces of my betrothed. I cast around me inquiring glances. Where was it probable she had passed the night? Where? Involuntarily my eyes rested upon the naked poles, the tent of the chief. How could it be otherwise? Who among all the captives like her, grandly beautiful? to satisfy the eye even of a savage chieftain, grandly, magnificently beautiful. How could she escape his notice? There in his lodge, shrouded under the brown skins of buffaloes, under hideous devices, in the arms of a painted, keel-bedaubed savage, his arms brawn and greasy, embraced. Oh! "Young feller, I ain't much of a scholar, but I'd stake a pack of beaver plume agin a plug of James River that this yer manuscript were intended for yourself and nobody else. There's writing upon it. That's clear. And mighty curious ink. I reckon that you're. Onct of a time I could read, write, or print either as easy as falling off a log, for there were a Yankee feller on Duck Crick that kept a putty considerable school thar. And the old 'oman, that er Mrs. Rollins, had this child put through a reg'lar course of testament. I remembers readin' 'bout that cussed nigger as toted the possible sack, Judius, if I recollects right, or the darned rascal's name. If I could 'a' laid claws on him, I'd 'a' raised his har in the shakin' o' a goat's tail. Why, that I willed." Rube's indignation against the betrayer had reached its climax, brought his speech to a termination. I had not waited for its finale. The object which he held between his fingers had more interest for me than either the history of his own early days or the story of the betrayal. It was a paper, a note actually folded and addressed Warfield. He had found it upon the grass, close to where the tent had stood, where it was held in the crotch of a split reed, the other end of which was sticking in the ground. No wonder the trapper had remarked upon the ink. There was no mistaking the character of that livid red. The writing was in blood. Hastily unfolding the paper, I read, "Henry, I am still safe, but in dread of a sad fate. The fate of the poor white captive among these hideous men. Last night I feared it, but the Virgin shielded me. It has not come. Oh, I shall not submit. I shall die by my own hand. A strange chance has hitherto saved me from this horrid outrage. No, it was not chance, but heaven that interposed. It is thus. 2 of my captors claim me. One the son of the chief, the other the wretch to whom you granted life and freedom. Would to God it had been otherwise. Of the 2, he of white blood is the viler savage. Bad, brutal, a very demon. Both took part in the capture of the steed. Therefore both claim me as their property. The claim is not yet adjusted. Hence have I been spared. But alas, I fear my hour is nigh. A council is to be held that will decide to which of these monsters I am to be given. If to either, it is a horrid fate. If to neither, a doom still more horrible. Perchance you know their custom. I should be common property, the victim of all. Dios de mi alma. Never, never. Death, welcome death. Fear not, Henry, Lord of my heart. Fear not that I shall dishonor your love. No, sacred in my breast, its purity shall be preserved. Even at the sacrifice of my life, I shall bathe it with my blood. Ah me, my heart is bleeding now. They come to drag me away. Farewell, farewell." Such were the contents of the page, the fly-leaf of a torn missal. Upon the other side was a vignette, a picture of Dolores, the weeping saint of Mexico. Had it been chosen, the emblem could scarcely have been more appropriate. I thrust the red writing into my bosom, and without waiting to exchange a word with my companions, pressed forward upon the trail. End of Chapter 80. Chapter 81 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Section 81. More Writing in Red. The men followed as before. We needed no trackers to point out the way. The path was plain as a drover's road. 1,000 hooves had made their mark upon the ground. We rode at a regular pace, not rapidly. I was in no hurry to come up with the savages. I desired to get sight of them just after nightfall, not before, lest they might also get sight of us. The plan I proposed to myself for the rescue of my betrothed could not be accomplished in the daytime. Darkness alone could avail me in carrying it out, and for nightfall must I wait. We could easily have overtaken the Indians before night. They were but 2 short hours in the advance of us, and would be certain, as is their custom on the war trail, to make a noon halt of several hours' duration. Even Indian horses required to be rested. We calculated the rate at which they were traveling, how many miles to the hour. The prairie men could tell to a furlong both the gait and the distance. The tracks of the poor captives were still seen along the trail. This showed that the party could not have been going faster than a walk. The prairie men alleged there were many horses without riders, led or driven, many mules, too, the product of the foray. Why were the poor captives not permitted to ride them? Was it sheer cruelty or brutal indifference on the part of their captors? Did the inhuman monsters gloat over the sufferings of these unfortunates, and deny them even the alleviation of physical pain? The affirmative answer to all these questions was probably the true one, since hardly better, no better, indeed, is the behavior of these savages towards the women of their own blood and kind, their own squaws. Talk not to me of the noble savage, of the simplicity and gentleness of that condition, falsely termed a state of nature. It is not nature. God meant not man to be a wild Ishmaelite on the face of the earth. Man was made for civilization, for society, and only under its influence does he assume the form and grace of true nobility. Leave him to himself, to the play of his instincts, to the indulgence of his evil impulses, and man becomes a brute, a beast of prey. Even worse, for wolf and tiger gently consort with their kind, and still more gently with their family. They feel the tenderness of the family tie. Where is the savage upon all the earth who does not usurp dominion, and practice the meanest tyranny over his weaker mate? Where can you find him? Not on the blood-stained karroos of Africa, not upon the forest plains of the Amazon, not by the icy shores of the Arctic Sea, certainly not upon the prairies of North America. No man can be noble who would in wrath lay his finger upon weaker woman. Talk not then of the noble savage, fancy of poets, myth of romancers. The tracks of riderless horses, the footsteps of walking women, tender girls and children, upon that long tiresome trail had for me a cruel significance. Those slender, tiny tracks of pretty feet, pobres niñas. There was one that fixed my attention more than the rest. Every now and then my eyes were upon it. I fancied I could identify it. It was exactly the size I thought, the perfect symmetry and configuration, the oval curve of the heel, the high instep, the row of small graduated globes made by the impression of the toes, the smooth surface left by the imprint of the delicate epidermis. All these points seemed to characterize the footprint of a lady. Surely it could not be hers. Oh, surely she would not be toiling along that weary track. Cruel as were the hearts of her captors, brutal as were their natures, surely they would not inflict this unnecessary pain. Beauty like hers should command kinder treatment, should inspire compassion even in the breast of a savage. Alas, I deemed it doubtful. We rode slowly on, as already said, not desirous of yet overtaking the foe. We were allowing them time to depart from their noon halting place. We might have stopped there a while longer, but I could not submit to the repose of a halt. Motion, however slow, appeared progress, and in some measure hindered me from dwelling upon thoughts that only produced unnecessary pain. Notwithstanding the encumbrance of their spoils, the Indians must have been traveling faster than we. They had no fear of foes to retard them, nor to require either spies or caution. They were now in their own country, in the very heart of the Comanche range, and in dread of no enemy. They were moving freely and without fear. We, on the contrary, had to keep our scouts in the advance. Every bend of the road had to be reconnoitered by them, every bush examined, every rise of the ground approached with extreme care and watchfulness. These maneuvers occupied time, and we moved slowly enough. It was after midday when we arrived at the noon camp of the savages. The smoke as before warned us, and approaching under cover we perceived that they were gone. They had kindled fires and cooked flesh. The bones, clean picked, were easily identified, and the midday meal showed that there had been no change in the diet of these hippophagists. Dinner and déjeuner had been alike, drawn from the same larder. Again I searched the ground, but as before the eyes of the trapper proved better than mine. "Here's a little billy ducks, young feller," said he, handing me the paper. Another leaf from the missal. I seized it eagerly. Eagerly I devoured its contents. This time they were more brief. Once more I opened my veins. The council meets tonight. In a few hours it'll be decided whose property I am. Whose slave? Whose? Santissima Maria. I cannot write the word. I shall attempt to escape. They leave my hands free, but my limbs are tightly bound. I have tried to undo my fastenings, but cannot. Oh, if I but had a knife! I know where one is kept. I may contrive to seize it, but it must be in the last moment. It will not do to fail. Henry, I am firm and resolute. I do not yield to despair. One way or the other, I shall free myself from the hideous embrace of... They come. The villain watches me. I must... The writing ended abruptly. Her jailers had suddenly approached. The paper had evidently been concealed from them in haste. It had been crumpled up and flung upon the grass, for so was it when found. We remained for a while upon the spot to rest and refresh our horses. The poor brutes needed both. There was water at the place, and that might not be met with again. The sun was far down when we resumed our march. Our last march along the war trail. End of chapter 81. Chapter 82. of the War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. An Injun on the Backtrack. We had advanced about a mile farther when our scouts, who as usual had gone forward to reconnoiter, having ascended a swell of the prairie, were observed crouching behind some bushes that grew upon its crest. We all drew bridle to await the result of their reconnaissance. The particular attitude in which they had placed themselves and the apparent earnestness with which they glanced over the bushes led us to believe that some object was before their eyes of more than common interest. So it proved. We had scarcely halted when they were seen to retire suddenly from the cover, and rising erect, run at full speed back down the hill, at the same time making signals to us to conceal ourselves in the timber. Fortunately, there was timber near, and in a few seconds we had all ridden into it, taking the horses of the trappers along with us. The declivity of the hill enabled the scouts to run with swiftness, and they were among the trees almost as soon as we. "What is it?" inquired several in the same breath. "Injun on the back track," replied the panting trappers. "Indians? How many of them?" naturally asked one of the rangers. "Who slayed Injuns?" "We saved an Injun," sharply retorted Rube. "Damn your palaver. There's no time for jaw-wagging. Get your rope ready, Bill. Ye dern greenhorns. Keep down your guns. Shootin' won't do ya. You'd have the whole gang back in the flappin' of a beaver's tail. You, Bill, rope the redskin and let the young feller help. He knows how, and if both should miss him, I ain't a gwine. Ye hear me, fellers? Don't ne'er a one of ye fire. If a gun you're wanted, targets'll be sufficient, I guess. For your lives, don't fire them or blunderboxes of yourn. Till ye's see me miss, they'd be here 10 mile off. Ready with your rope, Billy? You, young feller. All right. Mind your eyes both, and snare that dern nigger like a swamp rabbit. Yonner he comes, right into the trap. By the jumpin' Jehoshaphat. The pithy chapter of instructions above detailed was delivered in far less time than it takes to read it. The speaker never paused till he had uttered the final emphatic expression, which was one of his favorite phrases of embellishment. At the same instant I saw, just appearing above the crest of the ridge, the head and shoulders of a savage. In a few seconds more the body rose in sight, and then the thighs and legs, with a large piebald mustang between them. I need scarcely add that the horse was going at a gallop. It is a rare sight when a horse Indian rides any other gait. There was only one. The scouts were sure of this. Beyond the swell stretched an open prairie, and if the Indian had had companions or followers, they would have been seen. He was alone. What had brought him back on the trail? Was he upon the scout? No. He was riding without thought and without precaution. A scout would have acted otherwise. He might have been a messenger, but whither bound? Surely the Indians had left no party in our rear. Quickly these inquiries passed among us, and quick conjectures were offered in answer. The voyager gave the most probable solution. "Pigar, he go back for ze shield." "Shield? What shield?" "Ah, you no see him. I see him with me eye. He was cached dans les herbes. Von large shield, Beauclair, très gros. Fabric from the paw of the buffle, the parfleek, et garni avec les scalps, frais and sanglants, scalps mexicains, mon Dieu. The explanation was understood. Leblanc had observed a shield among the bushes where we had halted, like enough left behind by some of the braves. It was garnished with scalps, fresh Mexican scalps, like enough. The Indian had forgotten both his armor and his trophies. He was on his way to recover them, like enough. There was no time either for further talk or conjecture. The red horseman had reached the bottom of the hill. In 10 seconds more, he would be lassoed or shot. Gary and I placed ourselves on opposite sides of the path, both with our lassos coiled and ready. The trapper was an adept in the use of this singular weapon, and I too understood something of its management. The trees were in our way and would have prevented the proper winding of it, but it was our intention to spur clear of the timber the moment the Indian came within range and rope him on the run. Rube crouched behind Gary, rifle in hand, and the Rangers were also ready, in case both the lassos and Rube's rifle should miss. It would not do to let the Indian either go on or go back. In either case, he would report us. Should he pass the spot where we were, he would observe our tracks in a minute's time, even amidst the thousands of others, and would be certain to return by another route. Should he escape from us and gallop away, still worse. He must not be permitted either to go on or go back. He must be captured or killed. For my part, I desired that the former should be his destiny. I had no feeling of revenge to gratify by taking the life of this red man, and had his capture not been absolutely necessary to our own safety, I should willingly have let him come and go as he listed. Some of my comrades were actuated by very different motives. Killing a Comanche Indian was by their creed no greater crime than killing a wolf, a panther, or a grizzly bear. And it was not from any motives of mercy that the trapper had cautioned the others to hold their fire. Prudence alone dictated the advice. He had given his reason. The reports of our guns might be heard. Through the leaves I looked upon the horseman as he advanced. A fine-looking fellow he was, no doubt one of the distinguished warriors of his tribe. What his face was I could not see, for the war paint disfigured it with a hideous mask. But his body was large, his chest broad and full, his limbs symmetrical and well turned to the very toes. He sat his horse like a centaur. I had no opportunity for prolonged observation. Without hesitating, the Indian galloped up. I sprang my horse clear of the timber. I wound the lasso around my head and hurled it towards him. I saw the noose settling over his shoulders and falling down to his hips. I spurred in the opposite direction. I felt the quick jerk, and the taut rope told me I had secured the victim. I turned in my saddle and glanced back. I saw the rope of Gary around the neck of the Indian's mustang, tightened and holding him fast. Horse and horseman, both were ours. End of chapter 82.
Chapter 83 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sylvia Wolf. The War Trail by Mayne Reid. My plan. The savage did not yield himself up without resistance. Resistance with an Indian is instinctive, as with a wild animal. He flung himself from his horse and, drawing his knife with a single cut, severed the thong that bound him. In another instant, he would have been off among the bushes, but before he could move from the spot, half a dozen strong arms were around him, and in spite of his struggles and the dangerous thrusts of his long Spanish knife, he was choked down and held fast. My followers were for making short work with him. More than one had bared their blades to finish him upon the spot, and would have done so had I not interfered. I was averse to spilling his blood, and by my intercession his life was spared. To prevent him from giving us further trouble, however, we tied him to a tree in such a manner that he could not possibly free himself. The mode of securing him was suggested by Stanfield, the backwoodsman. It was simple and safe. A tree was chosen whose trunk was large enough to fill the embrace of the Indian, so that the ends of his fingers just met when his arms were drawn to their full stretch around it. Upon his wrists, thongs of rawhide were firmly looped and then knotted together. His ankles were also bound by similar cords, the ends of which were staked so as to hinder him from worming around the tree, and perchance wearing off his thongs or chafing them so that they might break. The ligature was perfect. The most expert jailbreaker could not have freed himself from such a fastening. It was our intention to leave him thus and perhaps set him free upon our return, if we should return by that way, a doubtful hypothesis. I thought not at the time of the cruelty we were committing. We had spared the Indian's life, a mercy at the moment, and I was too much concerned about the future of others to waste reflection on his. We had taken the precaution to leave him at some distance from the place of his capture. Others of his party might come after and discover him soon enough to interfere with our plans. His prison had been chosen far off in the depths of the woods. Even his shouts could not have been heard by anyone passing along the trail. He was not to be left entirely alone. A horse was to be his companion, not his own, for one of the rangers had fenced in an exchange. Stanfield, not well mounted, had proposed a swoop, as he jocosely termed it, to which the savage had no alternative but consent, and the Kentuckian, having hitched his worn-out nag to a tree, led off the skewbald mustang in triumph, declaring that he was now swarming the Indians. Stanfield would have liked it better had the swoop been made with the renegade who had robbed him. We were about to leave the place and move on when a bright idea suddenly came into my head. It occurred to me that I too might effect a profitable exchange with our new-made captive. A swoop, not of horses, but of men. In short, an exchange of persons, of identities. In truth, a bright idea it was, and one that promised well. I have said that I had already conceived a plan for the rescue of my betrothed. I had done so during the night, and all along the route, in my mind, I had been maturing it. The incident that had just transpired had given rise to a host of new ideas, one above all that promised to aid me in facilitating the execution of my design. The capture of the savage, which had at first given me uneasiness, I now regarded in a very different light, as a fortunate circumstance. I could not help thinking that I recognized in it the finger of Providence, and the thoughts inspired me with hope. I felt that I was not forsaken. The plan I had proposed to myself was simple enough. It would require more of courage than stratagem, but to the former I was sufficiently nerved by the desperate circumstances in which we had become involved. I proposed to enter the Indian camp in the night, of course, by stealth and under cover of the darkness, to find the captive, if possible, set her limbs free, and then trust to chance for the escape of both of us. If once inside the encampment, and within reach of her, a sudden coup might accomplish all this, success was not beyond possibility, nor probability neither, and the circumstances admitted of no plan that promised it so fairly. To have attempted fight with my few followers against such an host, to have attacked the Indian camp, even under the advantage of an alarm, would have been sheer madness. It must have resulted not only in our immediate defeat, but would have destroyed our last chance of rescuing the captive. The savages, once alarmed and warned, could never be approached again. Isolina would be lost forever. My followers agreed with me upon the imprudence of an attack. Folly, they termed it, and not from any motives of fear. They were willing to risk all, and had I so ordered it, would have charged with me, rifle in hand, into the very midst of the enemy's lines. I knew they would, every man of them. Even the voyager, the least brave of the party, would not have flinched, for in the midst of brave men, cowards cease to be. But such a course would indeed have been folly, madness. We thought not of adopting it. All approved of the plan I had formed, and which I had already laid before them as we tarried by the noon halting place. Several had volunteered to be my companions, to venture along with me into the camp of the savage, to share with me the extreme of the danger. But for several reasons, I was determined to go alone. Should even one of them be along with me, I saw it would double the risk of detection. In this matter, stratagem, not strength, was needed, and speed in the last moments would be worth both. Of course, I did not think to get the captive clear without being observed and pursued. Such an expectation would have been preposterous. She would be too well watched by the savages, not only by her jailers, but by the jealous eyes of those rival claimants of her body. No, on the contrary, I anticipated pursuit, close and eager. It might be strife, but I trusted to my own swiftness of foot and to hers, for well knew I her bold heart and free limb. It was no helpless burden I should have to bring away. I trust to my being able to baffle their pursuit, to keep them back while she ran forward. For that purpose, I should take with me my knife and revolvers. I trusted to these, and much to chance, or perhaps I should rather say to God. My cause was good, my heart firm and hopeful. Other precautions I intend to take, horses ready as near as they might be brought, men also ready in their saddles, rifle in hand, ready for fight or flight. Such was the enterprise upon which I was resolved. Success or death was staked upon the issue. If not successful, I care not to survive it. End of chapter 83. Chapter 84 of the War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sylvia Wolf. The War Trail by Mayne Reid. Painting Injun. Withal, I was not reckless. If not sanguine, I was far from despondent. And, as I continued to dwell upon it, the prospect seemed to brighten, and success to appear less problematical. One of the chief difficulties I should have to encounter would be getting into the camp. Once inside the lines, that is, among the campfires and tents, if there should be any, I should be comparatively safe. This I knew from experience, for it would not be my first visit to an encampment of prairie Indians. Even in their midst, mingling with the savages themselves and under the light of their glaring fires, I should be less exposed to the danger of detection than while attempting to cross their lines. First, I should have to pass the outlying pickets. Then, within these, the horse guards. And within these, again, the horses themselves. You may smile when I assert that the last was to me a source of apprehension as great as either of the others. An Indian horse is a sentinel not to be despised. He is as much the enemy of the white man as his master, and partly from fear and partly from actual antipathy, you will not permit the former to approach him. The human watcher may be negligent, may sleep upon his post, the horse never. The scent of a white man, or the sight of a skulking form, will cause him to snort and neigh, so that a whole camp will either be stampeded or put upon the alert in a few minutes. Many a well-planned attack had been defeated by the warning snort of the sentinel mustang. It is not that the prairie horse feels any peculiar attachment for the Indian. Strange if he did, since tyrant more cruel to the equine race does not exist. No driver more severe, no rider more hard than a horse Indian. It is simply the faithfulness which the noble animal exhibits for his companion and master, with the instinct which tells him when that master is menaced by danger. He will do the same service for a white as for a red man, and often does the wary trapper take his lone rest with full confidence that the vigil will be faithfully kept by his horse. Had there been dogs in the Indian camp, my apprehensions would have been still more acute. The danger would have been more than doubled. Within the lines, these cunning brutes would have known me as an enemy. The disguise of garments would not have availed me by the scent. An Indian dog can at once tell the white from the red man, and they appear to hold a real antipathy against the race of the Celt or Saxon. Even in time of truce, a white man entering an Indian camp can scarcely be protected from the wolfish pack. I knew there were no dogs. We saw tracks of none. The Indians had been upon the war trail, and when they proceed on these grand expeditions, their dogs, like their women, are left at home. I had reason to be thankful that such was their custom. Of course, it was my intention to go disguised. It would have been madness to have gone otherwise. In the darkest night, my uniform would have betrayed me. But necessarily, in my search for the captive, I should be led within the light of the fires. It was my design, therefore, to counterfeit the Indian custom, and how to do this had been for some time the subject of my reflections. I had been congratulating myself on the possession of the buffalo robe. That will go far towards the disguise. But other articles were wanting to complete my costume: the leggings and the moccasins, the plumed head dress and neck ornaments, the long elfin locks, the bronze complexion of arms and breast, the piebald face of chalk, charcoal, and vermilion. Where were all these to be obtained? There was no costumer in the desert. In the moments of excitement that succeeded the capture of the savage, I had been thinking of other things. It was only when we were about to part from him that the idea jumped into my mind. That bright idea that he could furnish me, the very man. I turned back to reconnoiter his person. Dismounting, I scanned him from head to foot. With the light, my eyes rested upon his buckskin leggings, his bead embroidered moccasins, his pendant collar of javeli tusks, his eagle plums stained red, and the ample robe of jaguar skins that draped his back. All pleased me much. But that we were bent on an errand of peril, the last mentioned article would not have been left there. My followers had eyed it with avidity, and more than one of them had been desirous of removing it. But the prospect of proximate peril had damped the ardor for spoil, and the splendid robe had been permitted to remain where so gracefully it hung upon the shoulders of the savage. It soon replaced the buffalo robe upon mine. My boots were cast aside and my legs encased in the scalp fringed leggings. My hips were swathed in the leathern breechclout, and my feet thrust into the footgear of the Comanche, which by good fortune fitted to a hair. There was yet much required to make me an Indian. Comanches upon the war trail go naked from the waist upward. The tunic shirt is only worn by them when hunting or on ordinary occasions. How was I to counterfeit the copper skin, the bronzed arms and shoulders, the mottled breast, the face of red and white and black? Paint only could aid me, and where was paint to be procured? The black we could imitate with gunpowder, but "Wah!" ejaculated Rube, who was seen holding in his hands a wolf skin, prettily trimmed and garnished with quills and beads. The medicine bag of the Indian. "What? I thought we would find the materials in the nigger's possible sack. Here they be." Rube had dived his hand to the bottom of the embroidered bag, and while speaking, drew it triumphantly forth. Several little leathern packets appeared between his fingers, which, from their stained outsides, evidently contained pigments of various colors, whilst a small shining object in their midst proved, on closer inspection, to be a looking-glass. Neither the trappers nor myself were astonished at finding these odd notions in such a place. On the contrary, it was natural we should have looked for them there. Seldom in peace, but never in time of war, does the Indian ride abroad without his rouge and his mirror. The colors were on the right sort, and corresponded exactly with those that glittered upon the skin of the captive warrior. Under the keen edge of a bowie, my moustaches came off in a twinkling. A little grease was procured, the paints were mixed, and placing myself side by side with the Indian, I stood for his portrait. Rube was the painter, a piece of soft buckskin is brush, the broad palm of Gary is palette. The operation did not last a great while. In 20 minutes it was all over, and the Indian brave and I appeared the exact counterparts of each other. Streak by streak, and spot by spot, had the old trapper imitated those hideous hieroglyphics, even to the red hand upon the breast, and the cross upon the brow. In horrid aspect, the copy quite equalled the original. One thing was still lacking, an important element in the metamorphosis of disguise. I wanted the long, snaky black tresses that adorned the head of the Comanche. The want was soon supplied. Again, the bowie blade was called upon to serve as scissors, and with Gary to perform the tonsorial feat, the chevelure of the Indian was shorn of its flowing glories. The savage winced as the keen blade glistened around his brow. He had no other thought than that he was about to be scalped alive. "Tain't the way I drays his or, the doddred skunk," muttered Rube, as he stood watching the operation. "Fotch the hard long with it, Bill. It will save bother. You will have to make a wig if it don't. Skin him, durn him." Of course, Gary did not give heed to this cruel counsel, which he knew was not meant for earnest. A rude scratch was soon constructed, and being placed upon my head, was attached to my own waving locks. Fortunately, these were of dark color, and the hue corresponded. I fancied I saw the Indian smile when he perceived the use we were making of his splendid dresses. It was a grim smile, however, and from the first moment to the last, neither word nor ejaculation escaped from his lips. Even I was forced to smile. I could not restrain myself. The odd travesty in which we were engaged, the strange commingling of the comic and serious in the act, and above all, the ludicrous look of the captive Indian after they had clothes-cropped him, was enough to make a stone smile. My comrades could not contain themselves, but laughed outright. The plume bonnet was now placed on my head. It was fortunate the brave had one, for this magnificent hairdress is rarely worn on a war expedition. Fortunate, for it aided materially in completing the counterfeit. With it upon my head, the false hair could hardly have been detected under the light of day. There was no more to be done. The painter, hairdresser, and costumier had performed their several offices. I was ready for the masquerade. End of chapter 84.
Chapter 85 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nichole James, The War Trail, by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 85, The Last Hours on the Trail. More cautiously than ever, we now crept along the trail, advancing only after the ground had been thoroughly quartered by the scouts. Time was of the least consequence. The fresh sign of Indians told us they were but a short way ahead of us. We believed we could have ridden within sight of them at any moment. We did not wish to set eyes on them before sunset. It could be no advantage to us to overtake them on the march, but the contrary. Some lagging Indian might be found in the rear of the band. We might come in contact with him and thus defeat all our designs. We hung back, therefore, allowing sufficient time for savages to pitch their camp and for stragglers to get into it. On the other hand, I did not desire to arrive late. The council was to be held that night, so she had learned, and after the council would come the crisis. I must be in time for both. At what hour would the council take place? It might be just after they had halted, the son of a chief and a chief himself, for the white renegade was a leader of red men. A question between two such men would not remain long undecided, and a question of so much importance, involving such consequence, property in body and soul, possession of the most beautiful woman in the world. Oh, I wondered, could these hideous, ochre-stained, grease-bedaubed brutes appreciate that peerless beauty? Impossible, I thought. The delicate lines of her loveliness would be lost upon their gross eyes and coarse, sensual hearts. That pearl beyond price. Paste would have satisfied them as well. They could not distinguish the diamond from common glass. And yet, the Comanche is not without lovecraft. Coarse as might be the passion, no doubt they loved her. Both loved her, red savage and white savage. For this very reason, the trial would not be delayed. The question would be speedily decided, in order that the quarrel of the chiefs might be brought to an end. For this very reason, the crisis might be hastened, the council take place at an early hour. For this very reason, I too must needs be early upon the spot. It was my aim to arrive within sight of the Indian encampment just before night, in the twilight if possible, that we might be able to make reconnaissance of the ground before darkness should cover it from our view. We were desirous of acquainting ourselves with the lay of the surrounding country as well, so that, in the event of our escape, we should know which was the best direction to take. We timed our advance by the sign upon the trail. The keen scouts could tell, almost to a minute, when the latest tracks were made, and by this we were guided. Both glided silently along, their eyes constantly and earnestly turned upon the ground. Mine were more anxiously bent upon the sky. From that quarter I most feared an obstacle to the execution of my purpose. What a change had come over my desires! How different they were from those of the 2 preceding nights! The very same aspect of the heavens had hitherto chagrined and baffled me, would now have been welcome. In my heart, I had lately execrated the clouds. In that same heart, I was now praying for cloud and storm and darkness. Now I could have blessed the clouds, but there were none to bless. Not a speck appeared over the whole face of the firmament. The eye beheld only the illimitable ether. Another hour, that boundless blue would be studded with millions of bright stars, and silvered by the light of a resplendent moon. The night would be as day. I was dismayed at the prospect. I prayed for cloud and storm and darkness. Human heart, when blinded by its own petty passions, unreasoning and unreasonable, my petition was opposed to the unalterable laws of nature. It could not be heard. I can scarcely describe how the aspect of that bright sky troubled and pained me. The night bird, which joys only in deepest darkness, could not have liked it less. Should there be moonlight, the enterprise would be made more perilous, doubly more. Should there be moonlight? Why need I form a hypothesis? Moonlight there would be to a certainty. It was in the middle of the lunar month, and the moon would be up almost as the sun went down, full, round, and almost as bright as he, with no cloud to cover her face, to shroud the earth from her white light. Certainly there would be moonlight. Well thought of was that disguise, well spent our labor in making it so perfect. Under the moonlight, to it only could I trust. By it only might I expect to preserve my incognito. But the eye of the Indian savage is sharp, and his perception keen, almost as instinct itself. I could not rely much upon my borrowed plumes, should speech be required from me. Just on account of the cunning imitation, the perfectness of the pattern, some friends of the original might have business with me, might approach and address me. I knew but a few words of Comanche. How should I escape from the colloquy? Such thoughts were troubling me as we rode onward. Night was near. The sun's lower limb rested on the far horizon of the west. The hour was an anxious one to me. The scouts had been for some time in the advance, without returning to report, and we had halted in copse to wait for them. A high hill was before us, wooded only at the summit. Over this hill the war trail led. We had observed the scouts go into the timber. We kept our eyes upon the spot, waiting for their return. Presently, one of them appeared just outside the edge of the wood. Gary, we saw it was. He made signs to us to come on. We rode up the hill and entered among the trees. After going a little farther, we diverged from the trail. The scout guided us through the trunks over the high summit. On the other side, the wood extended only a little below, but we did not ride beyond it. We halted before coming to its edge and dismounting, tied our horses to the trees. We crept forward on our hands and knees till we had reached the utmost verge of the timber. Through the leaves we peered, looking down into the plain beyond. We saw smokes and fires, and a skin lodge in their midst. We saw dark forms around, men moving over the ground, and horses with their heads to the grass. We were looking upon the camp of the Comanches. End of chapter 85. Chapter 86 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nichole James. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 86. The Comanche Camp. We had reached our ground just at the moment I desired. It was twilight, dark enough to render ourselves inconspicuous under the additional shadow of the trees, yet sufficiently clear to allow a full reconnaissance of our enemy's position. Our point of view was a good one. Under a single Coup-d'oeil commanding the encampment and a vast extent of the country around it. The hill we had climbed, a sort of isolated butte, was the only eminence of any considerable elevation for miles around, and the site of the camp was upon the plain that stretched away from the base, apparently beyond limit. The plain was what is termed a pecan prairie, that is, a prairie half covered with groves, copses, and lists of woodland, in which the predominating tree is the pecan, a species of hickory, Caria olaviformis, bearing an oval edible nut of commercial value. Between the groves and the mottes of timber, single trees stood apart, their heads fully developed by the free play given to their branches. These park-looking trees, with the coppice-like groves of the pecan, lent an air of high civilization to the landscape, and a winding stream, whose water, under the still, lingering rays, glistened with the sheen of silver, added to the deception. Withal, it was a wilderness, a beautiful wilderness. Human hands had never planted those groves. Human agency had naught to do with the formation or adornment of that lovely landscape. Upon the bank of the stream, and about half a mile from the base of the hill, stood the Indian camp. A glance at the position showed how well it had been chosen, not so much for defense as to protect it against a surprise. Assuming the lodge there was but one, as the center of the camp, it was placed upon the edge of a small grove and fronting the stream. From tent to the water's edge, the plain sloped gently downward like the glacis of a fortification. The smooth sward that covered the space between the trees and the water was the ground of the camp. On this could be seen the dusky warriors, some afoot, standing in listless attitudes or moving about, others reclining upon the grass, and still others bending over the fires, as if engaged in the preparation of their evening meal. A line of spears, regularly placed, marked the allotment of each. The slender shafts, nearly 5 yards in length, rose tall above the turf, like masts of distant ships, displaying their profusion of pennons and bannerets, of painted plumes and human hair. At the base of each could be seen the gaudy shield, the bow and quiver, the embroidered pouch and the medicine bag of the owner, and grouped around many of them appeared objects of far different character, objects that we could not contemplate without acute emotion. They were women. Enough of light still ruled the sky to show us their faces. They were white women, the captives. Strange were my sensations as I regarded those forms and faces, but they were far off. Even a lover's eye was unequal to the distance. Flanking the camp on right and left were the horses. They occupied a broad belt of ground, for they were staked out to feed, and each was allowed the length of his lasso. Their line converged to the rear and met behind the grove, so that the camp was embraced by an arc of browsing animals, the river forming its chord. Across the stream, the encampment did not extend. I have said that the spot was well selected to guard against a surprise. Its peculiar adaptability consisted in the fact that the little grove that backed the camp was the only timber within a radius of 1,000 yards. All around, and even on the opposite side of the stream, the plain was treeless and free from cover of any kind. There were no inequalities of ground, neither brake, brush, nor score, to shelter the approach of an enemy. Had this position been chosen, or was it accidental? In such a place, and at such a time, it was not likely that they had any fear of a surprise. But with the Indian, caution is so habitually exercised that it becomes almost an instinct, and doubtless under such a habit, and without any forethought whatsoever, the savages had fixed upon the spot where they were encamped. The grove gave them wood, the stream, water, the plain, pabulum for their horses. With one of these last for their own food, they had all the requisites of an Indian camp. At first glance, I saw the strength of their position, not so much with the eye of a soldier, as with that of a hunter and a bushfighter did I perceive it. In a military sense, it offered no point of defense, but it could not be approached by stratagem, and that is all the horse Indian ever fears. Alarm him not too suddenly. Give him 5 minutes' warning, and he cannot be attacked. If superior in strength, you may chase him, but you must be better mounted than he to bring him to close combat. Retreat, not defense, is generally the leading idea of Comanche strategy, unless when opposed to a Mexican foe. Then he will stand fight with the courage of a master. As I continued to gaze at the Indian encampment, my heart sank within me. Except under cover of a dark night, a very dark night, it could not be entered. The keenest spy could not have approached it. It appeared unapproachable. The same thought must at that moment have occupied the minds of my companions. I saw the gloom of disappointment on the brows of all as they knelt beside me, silent and sullen. None of them said a word. They had not spoken since we came upon the ground. End of chapter 86. Chapter 87 of the War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nichole James. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 87. No Cover. In silence, I continued to scrutinize the camp, but could discover no mode of approaching it secretly or in safety. As I have said, the adjacent plain, for nearly 1,000 yards radius, was a smooth, grass-covered prairie. Even the grass was short. It would scarcely have sheltered the smallest game, much less afford cover for the body of a man, much less for that of a horse. I should willingly have crawled on hands and knees over the half-mile that separated us from the encampment, but that would have been of no service. I might just as well have walked erect or prostrate. I should be seen all the same by the occupants of the camp, or the guards of the horses. Even if I succeeded in effecting an entrance within the lines, what then? Even should I succeed in finding Isolina, what then? What hope was there of our getting off? There was no probability of our being able to pass the lines unseen, not the least. We should certainly be pursued, and what chance for us to escape? It was not probable we could run for 1,000 yards with the hue and cry after us. No, we should be overtaken, recaptured, speared, or tomahawked upon the spot. The design I had formed was to bring my horse as close as possible to the camp, to leave him under cover, and within such a distance as would make it possible to reach him by a run, then mounting with my betrothed in my arms, to gallop on to my comrades. The men, I had intended, should be placed in ambush, as near to the camp as the nature of the ground would permit. But my preconceived plan was entirely frustrated by the peculiar situation of the Indian encampment. I had anticipated that there would be either trees, brushwood, or broken ground in its neighborhood, under shelter of which we might approach it. To my chagrin, I now saw that there was none of the three. There was no timber nearer than the grove in which we were lying, the copse excepted, and to have reached this would have been to enter the camp itself. We appeared to have advanced to the utmost limit possible that afforded cover. A few feet farther would have carried us outside the margin of the wood, and then we should have been as conspicuous to the denizens of the camp as they now were to us. Forward we dared not stir, not a step farther. I was puzzled and perplexed. Once more I turned my eyes upon the sky, but I drew not thence a ray of hope. The heavens were too bright. The sun had gone down in the west, but in the east was rising, full, round, and red, almost his counterpart. How I should have welcomed an eclipse! I thought of omnipotent power. I thought of the command of the Israelitish captain. I should have joyed to see the shadow of the opaque earth pass over that shining orb and rob it of its borrowed light, if only for a single hour. Eclipse or cloud, there was none, no prospect of one or other, no hope either from the earth or the sky. Verily then, must I abandon my design and adopt some other for the rescue of my betrothed? What other? I could think of none. There was no other that might be termed a plan. We might gallop forward and openly attack the camp, Sheer desperation alone could impel us to such a course, and the result would be ruin to all, to her among the rest. We could not hope to rescue her. 9 to 100, for we saw and could now count our dusky foemen. They would see us afar off, would be prepared to receive us, prepared to hurl their masses upon us, to destroy us altogether. Sheer desperation. What other plan? What? Something of one occurred to me at that moment. A slight shadow of it had crossed my mind before. It seemed practical, though fearfully perilous. But what of peril? It was not the time, nor was I in the mood to regard danger. Anything short of the prospect of certain death had no terror for me then, and even this I should have preferred to failure. We had along with us the horse of the captive Comanche. Stanfield had brought the animal, having left his own in exchange. I thought of mounting the Indian horse and riding him into the camp. In this consisted the whole of the scheme that now presented itself. Surely the idea was a good one, a slight alteration of my original plan. I had already undertaken to play the role of an Indian warrior, while within the camp it would only require me to begin the personation outside the lines, and make my entrée along with my début. There would be more dramatic appropriateness with a proportionate increase of danger. But I did not jest thus. I had no thought of merriment at the time. The travesty I had undertaken was no burlesque. The worst feature of this new scheme was the increased risk of being brought in contact with the friends of the warrior of the Red Hand, of being accosted by them, and of course expected to make reply. How could I avoid meeting them, one or more of them? If interrogated, how shun making answer? I knew a few words of the Comanche tongue, but not enough to hold a conversation in it. Either my false accent or my voice would betray me. True, I might answer in Spanish. Many of the Comanches speak this language, but my using it would appear a suspicious circumstance. There was another source of apprehension. I could not confide in the Indian horse. He had endeavored to fling Stanfield all along the way, kicking violently and biting at his Saxon rider while seated upon his back. Should he behave in a similar manner with me while entering the camp, it would certainly attract the attention of the Indian guards. It would lead to scrutiny and suspicion. Still another fear. Even should I succeed in the main points in entering the camp, finding the captive, and wresting her from the hands of her jailers, how after? I could never depend on this capricious mustang to carry us clear of the pursuit. There would be others as swift, perhaps swifter than he, and what should only be carried back to die? Oh, that I could have taken my own steed near to the line of yonder guard. Oh, that I could have ridden him there. It might not be. I saw that it could not be, and I was forced to abandon the thoughts of it. I had well nigh made up my mind to risk all the chances of my assumed character by mounting the Indian horse. To my comrades I imparted the idea and asked their counsel. All regarded it as fraught with danger. 1 or 2 advised me against it. They were those who did not understand my motives, who could not comprehend the sentiment of love, who knew not the strength and courage which that noble passion may impart. Little understood they how its emotions inspire to deeds of daring, how love absorbs all selfishness, even life becoming a secondary consideration when weighed against the happiness or safety of its object. These rude men had never loved as I. I gave no ear to their prudent counsels. Others acknowledged the danger, but saw not how I could act differently. 1 or 2 had in their life's course experienced a touch of tender feeling akin to mine. These could appreciate and counseled me in consonance with my half-formed resolution. I liked their counsel best. One had not yet spoken, one upon whose advice I placed a higher value than upon the combined wisdom of all the others. I had not yet taken the opinion of the earless trapper. End chapter 87.
Chapter 88 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gini, Rosario. The War Trail by Mayne Reid. Chapter 88. Rube consulting his oracle. He was standing apart from the rest, leaning, I should rather say, for his body was not erect but diagonal. In this attitude it was propped by his rifle, the butt of which was steadied against the stump of a tree, whilst the muzzle appeared to rest upon the bridge of Rube's own nose. As the man and the piece were about of a length, the two just placed in juxtaposition presented the exact figure of an inverted V, and the small, close-capped skull of the trapper formed a sufficiently tapering apex to the angle. Both his hands were clasped round the barrel, near its muzzle, his fingers interlocking, while the thumbs lay flat, one upon each side of his nose. At first glance, it was difficult to tell whether he was gazing into the barrel of the piece or beyond it upon the Indian camp. The attitude was not new to him, nor to me. It was not the first time I had observed him in a posture precisely similar. I knew it was his favorite pose, when any question of unusual difficulty required all the energy of his instincts. He was now, as often of yore, consulting his divinity, presumed to dwell far down within the dark tube of targets. After a time, all the others ceased to speak and stood watching him. They knew that no step would be taken before Rube's advice had been received, and they waited with more or less patience for him to speak. Full 10 minutes passed, and still the old trapper neither stirred nor spoke, nor lip nor muscle of him was seen to move. The eyes alone could be detected in motion, and these small orbs, scintillating in their deep sockets, were the only signs of life which he showed. Standing rigid and still, he appeared, not a statue, but a scarecrow, propped up by a stick, and the long brown weather-washed rifle did not belie the resemblance. Full 10 minutes passed, and still he spoke not. His oracle had not yet yielded its response. I have said that at the first glance it was difficult to tell whether the old man was gazing into the barrel of his gun or beyond it. After watching him closely, I observed that he was doing both. Now his eyes were a little raised, as if he looked upon the plain. Anon they were lowered, and apparently peering into the tube. He was drawing the data of his problem from facts. He was trusting to his divinity for the solution. For a long time he kept up this singular process of conjuration, alternating his glances in equal distribution between the hollow cylinder and the circle of vision that comprehended within its circumference the Comanche encampment. The others began to grow impatient. All were interested in the result, and not without reason. Standing upon the limits of a life danger, it is not strange they should feel anxiety about the issue. Thus far, however, none had offered to interrupt or question the queer old man. None dared. One or two of the party had already had a taste of his quality when fretted or interfered with, and no one desired to draw upon himself the sharp talk of the earless trapper. Gary at length approached, but not until Rube, with a triumphant toss of his head and a scarcely audible "wheep" from his thin lips, showed signs that the consultation had ended, and that the Joss, who dwelt at the bottom of his rifle barrel, had vouchsafed an answer. I had watched him with the rest. I liked that expressive hitch of the head. I liked the low but momentous sibilation that terminated the séance between him and his familiar spirit. There were signs that the knot was unraveled, that the old trapper had devised some feasible plan by which the Indian camp might be entered. Gary and I drew near, but not to question him. We understood him too well for that. We knew that he must be left free to develop his purpose in his own time, and we left him free, simply placing ourselves by his side. "Well, Billy," he said, after drawing a long breath, "and yourself, young feller, what do you both think of this here business? Looks ugly, don't it, eh, boys?" "Tarnal ugly," was Gary's laconic answer. "Thought so myself at first." "There ain't no plan of getting a yonder," said the young trapper in a desponding tone. "The deuce there ain't. What greenhorn put that idea into your brain pan, Bill?" "Well, there are a plan, but 'tain't much of one. We've been talking it over here." "Let's hear it," rejoined Rube, with an exulting chuckle. "Let's hear it, boy, and quick, Bill, for time's de-trotting precious about now. Well, it's just this, Rube. Neither less nor more, the captain proposes to take the Injun's hoss and ride straight into their camp." "Straight strut in, do ye?" "Of course. It'd be no use of going about the bush. They can see him a-comin' from one side." "I'll be derned if they kin. That I'll be derned. Why, they couldn't see me. That they couldn't if every nigger of them had the eyes of an argoose as had eyes all over him. That they couldn't, Billy." "How?" I inquired. "Do you mean to say that it is possible for any one to approach yonder camp without being observed? Is that what you mean, Ruby?" "That you're prezactly what I mean, young feller. No, not exactly that either. One of you, I didn't say. What I said were that this here trapper, Ruby Rollins of the Rocky Mountains, could slide into yonder campment just like greased lightning through a gooseberry bush without ever an Injun seeing him, and that too if the red-skinned varmints had more eyes in their heads than they had lice, which, according to this child's reckoning, they'd give every squaw's son of the gang as many peepers as there spots in a peacock's tail, and when over to breed, I'll calkerlate no plan to get into their camp without being seed. Why, you're getting green, Bill Gary." "How can it be accomplished, Ruby? Pray explain. You know how impatient—" "Don't get impatient, young feller. That there's no use whatsoever. You'll need patiency, and a good grist of that there, afore ye kin warm your shins at yonder fires. But ye can do it, and in the nick of time, too, if you go prezactly according to what old Ruby tells you, and keep your eye well skinned and your teeth from chattering. I knows you'll do all that. I knows you're weasel to the back of your neck, and can whip your weight in wild cat any day of the year. Now, do you agree to follow my directions?" "I promise faithfully to act according to your advice." "That you're sensible, Sade. Darnation sensible. Well then, I'll give you my device." As Ruby said this, he moved forward to the edge of the timber, making a sign for Gary and myself to follow. On reaching its outer edge, but still within cover, he dropped down upon his knees behind some evergreen bushes. I imitated his example, and knelt upon his right, while Gary crouched down on the left. Our eyes were directed upon the Indian camp, of which, and the plain around it, we had a good view, as good as could be obtained under the light of a brilliant moon. Alas, too brilliant. After we had surveyed the scene for some moments in silence, the old trapper condescended to begin the conversation. End of chapter 88. Chapter 89 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gini, Rosario. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 89. The Trapper's Counsel. "Now, Bill Gary, and you, young feller, just clap your eyes on that air campment and see if there ain't a road leading into the very heart of it, straight as the tail of the skeert fox. You see, eh?" "Not under kiver?" replied Gary interrogatively. "Under kiver, every step of the way. The best of kiver." Gary and I once more scrutinized the whole circumference of the encampment and the ground adjacent. We could perceive no cover by which the camp could be approached. Surely there was none. What could Ruby mean? Were there clouds in the sky? Had he perceived some portent of coming darkness? And had his words reference to this? I raised my eyes and swept the whole canopy with inquiring glances. up to the zenith, around the horizon, east, west, north, and south. I looked for clouds, but looked in vain. A few light cirri floated high in the atmosphere, but these, even when crossing the moon's disk, cast no perceptible shadow. On the contrary, they were tokens of settled weather, and moving slowly, almost fixed upon the face of the heavens, were evidence that no sudden change might be expected. When the trapper talked of entering the camp under cover, he could not have meant under cover of darkness. What then? Don't see any cover, old horse, rejoined Gary after a pause. Neither bush nor weed. Bush, echoed Rube. Weed. Who's talking about weeds and bushes? There's other ways of hiding your cartridge, sides sticking it in a bush or under a weed. You're a-getting darnation pumpkin-headed, Bill Gary. I begin to think you're in the same predicament as the young feller hisself. You've been a-humbugging with one of them Mexican muchachers. No, Rube, no. Darn me if I don't believe you, Have boy. I heard you tell one of 'em. What? Why, you know well enough. Didn't you tell one of them girls at the rancherie that you loved her as hard as a mule could kick? Certainly you did. Them were your prezact words, Billy. I was only joking, hoss. Putty joking that yer'll be when I gets back to Bent's Fort and tell your Coco squaw. He, ho, 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 Jehoshaphat, there will be a rumpus bumpus. Nonsense, Rube, there's nothing of it. There must be your brain pans out of order, Bill. Ye hadn't had a clue idea for days back. Bushes and weeds, too. Why, who said there were bushes? Where's your eyes? Do you see a bank? A bank? Echoed Gary and I simultaneously. Yes, drawled Rube. A bank. I guess there's a bank right afore your noses if both of you ain't as blind as the kittlins of a possum. Now, do you see it? Neither of us made reply to the final interrogatory. For the first time we began to comprehend Ruby's meaning, and our eyes as well as thoughts were suddenly directed upon the object indicated by his words, the bank of the stream, for to that he referred. I have stated that the little river ran close to the Indian lines, and on one side formed the boundary of the camp. We could tell that the current was towards us, for the stream, on reaching the hill upon which we were, turned sharply off and swept round its base. The Indian camp was on the left bank, though upon its right when viewed upstream as we were regarding it. Any one proceeding up the left bank must therefore necessarily pass within the lines, and through among the horses that were staked nearest to the water. It need not be supposed that under our keen scrutiny the stream had hitherto escaped observation. I myself had long ago thought of it as a means of covering my approach, and time after time had my eyes dwelt upon it, but without result. In its channel I could perceive no shelter from observation. Its banks were low, and without either rush or bush upon them. The green turf of the prairie stretched up to the very brink, and scarcely 12 inches below its level was the surface of the current water. This was especially the case along the front of the encampment, and for some distance above and below. Any one endeavoring to enter the camp by stealing up the channel must have gone completely under the water, for a swimmer could have been observed upon its surface. Even if a man could have approached in this way, there was no hope that a horse could be taken with him, and without the horse, what prospect of ultimate escape? It had seemed to me impossible. More than once had I taken into consideration, and as often rejected, the idea. Not so Rube. It was the very scheme he had conceived, and he now proceeded to point out his practicability. Now then, ye see a bank, do ye? "'Tain't much of a bank," replied Gary, rather discouragingly. "No, 'tain't as high as Masora Bluffs, nor the canyons of Snake River, that nobody durnies. But if 'tain't as high as it might be, it'll every minute a-getting higher, I reckon." "Getting higher, you think?" "Yes, or what you're putty considerable the same thing, the t'other you're a-getting lower." "The water, you mean?" "The water you're a-falling, going down by inches at a jump, and in an hour from this, there'll be bluffs a-front of the camp, half a yard high. That's what there'll be." "And you think I could get into the camp by creeping under them?" "Sure of it. What's to hinder you? It you're easy as falling off a log. But the horse, how could I bring him near? Just the same way as yourself. I tell you, the bed of that river is deep enough to hide the biggest horse in creation, ter now full, for the reason there's been a freshin' consequence of last night's rain, and needn't mind that the hoss can wade or swim either, and the bank I'll cover him from the eyes of the Injuns. You can leave him in the river. In the water? In course, your hoss'll stand there, and if he don't, you can tie his nose to the bank. Don't be scared, but he can take him as near as he please, but don't get too far to windward, else them mustangs will smell him, and then it'll all up both with yourself and your horse. About 200 yards you'll be your likeliest distance. If you get the girl clear, you can easily run that, I reckon. Put straight for the horse, and when you're mounted, gallop like hell. Put straight up higher for the timber, where we'll be cached, and then, durn 'em, if the redskins don't catch goss out of your rifles, why, that's the way to do the thing. Certainly this plan appeared practicable enough. The sinking of the water was a new element. It had escaped my observation, though Rube had noted it. It was this that had delayed him so long in giving his opinion. He had been watching it while leaning upon his rifle, though none of the rest of us had thought of such a thing. He remembered the heavy rain of the night before. He saw that it had caused a freshet in the little river, that its subsidence had begun, and, as in most prairie streams, was progressing with rapidity. His keen eye had detected a fall of several inches during the half-hour we had been upon the ground. I could myself observe, now the thing was pointed out to me, that the banks were higher than before. Certainly, the idea of approaching by the stream had assumed a more feasible aspect. If the channel should prove deep enough, I might get the horse sufficiently near. The rest would have to be left to stratagem and chance. "You're riding in the Injun horse," said Rube. "It'd never do. It might, on the worst pinch, and if he don't get in the t'other way, he can still try it. But you could never get across through the caveyard without stampeding 'em, and mustangs would be sure to make such a snorting and stomping and wiggerin' as 'd bring the whole campment about you. And some of the sharp-eyed niggers, you'd be sartain to find out your hide were white. T'other way, as I've decised, you're fur the safest. I was not long in making up my mind. Ruby's counsel decided me, and I resolved to act accordingly. End of chapter 89.
Chapter 90 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Section 90. Taking to the Water. I spent but little time in preparations. These had been made already. It remained only to tighten my saddle girths, look to the caps of my revolvers, and place both pistols and knife in the belt behind my back, where the weapons would be concealed by the pendant robe of jaguar skins. In a few minutes I was ready. I still loitered a while, to wait for the falling of the water. Not long. My anxiety did not permit me to tarry long. The hour of the council might be nigh. I might be too late for the crisis. Not long did I loiter. It was not necessary. Even by the moonlight we could distinguish the dark line of the bank separating the grassy turf from the surface of the water. The rippling current was shining like silver lace, and by contrast, the brown, earthy strip that rose vertically above it could be observed more distinctly. It was sensibly broader. I could wait no longer. I leaped into the saddle. My comrades crowded around me to say a parting word, and with a wish or a prayer upon their lips, one after another pressed my hand. Some doubted of their ever seeing me again. I could tell this from the tone of their leave-taking. Others were more confident. All vowed to revenge me if I fell. Rube and Gary went with me down the hill. At the point where the stream impinged upon the hill, There were bushes. These continued up the declivity and joined the timber upon the summit. Under their cover we descended, reaching the bank just at the salient angle of the bend. A thin skirting of similar bushes ran around the base of the hill, and we now perceived that by following the path on which we had come, the ambuscade might have been brought a little nearer to the camp. But the cover was not so good as the grove upon the summit, and in case of a retreat, it would be necessary to gallop up the naked face of the slope, and thus expose our numbers. It was decided, therefore, after a short consultation, to leave the men where they were. From the bend where we stood to the Indian camp, the river trended almost in a straight line, and its long reach lay before our eyes like a band of shining metal. Along its banks the bush extended no further. A single step towards the camp would have exposed us to the view of its occupants. At this point, therefore, it was necessary for me to take to the water, and dismounting, I made ready for the immersion. The trappers had spoken their last words of instruction and counsel. They had both grasped my hand, giving it a significant squeeze that promised more than words, but to these too had they given utterance. "Don't be afeard, Captain," said the younger. "Rube and I won't be far off. If we hear your pistols, we'll make a rush to'rds you, and meet you halfway anyhow. And if anything should happen amiss," here Gary spoke with emphasis, "you may depend on't, we'll take a bloody revenge." "Yes," echoed Rube, "we'll do jest that. There'll be many a nick in targets afore next Christmas if you are rubbed out, young feller. That I swar to ye. But don't be skeered. Keep your eyes sharp-skinned, and your claws steady, and there's no fear but you'll get cl'er. Once it's you're cl'er of the camp, ye may reckon on us. Put straight for the trimmer, and gallop as if Old Scratch were a grubbin' at the tail of your critter." I waited to hear no more, but leading Morrow down the bank, at a place where it sloped, I stepped gently into the current. My well-trained steed followed without hesitation, and in another instant we were both breast deep in the flood. The water was just the depth I desired. There was a half-yard of bank that rose vertically above the surface, and there was sufficient to shelter either my own head as I stood erect, or the front leg of my horse. Should the channel continue of uniform depth as far as the camp, the approach would be easy indeed, and for certain hydrographic reasons I was under the belief it would. The plumes of the Indian bonnet rose above the level of the meadow turf, and as the feathers, dyed of gay colors, would have formed a conspicuous object, I took off the gaudy headdress and carried it in my hand. I also raised the robe of jaguar skin over my shoulders in order to keep it dry, and for the same reason temporarily carried my pistols above the water line. The making of these slight alterations occupied only a minute or so, and as soon as they were completed, I moved forward through the water. The very depth of the stream proved a circumstance in my favor. In wading, both horse and man make less noise in deep than in shallow water, and this was an important consideration. The night was still, too still for my wishes, and the plunging sound would have been heard far off. But fortunately there were rapids below, just where the stream forced its way through the spur of the hill, and the hissing sough of these, louder in the still night, was borne upon the air to the distance of many miles. Their noise to my own ears almost drowned the plashing made by Morrow and myself. I had noticed this point of vantage before embarking upon the enterprise. At the distance of 200 yards from the bushes, I paused to look back. My purpose was to fix in my memory the direction of the hill, and more especially the point where my comrades had been left in ambush, in the event of a close pursuit, it would not do to mistake their exact situation. I easily made out the place, and observed that for several reasons a better could not have been chosen. The trees that timbered the crest of the hill were of a peculiar kind, none more so upon the earth. They were a species of arborescent yucca, then unknown to botanists. Many of them were 40 feet in height, and their thick angular branches and terminal fascicles of rigid leaves, outlined against the sky, formed a singular, almost an unearthly spectacle. It was unlike any other vegetation upon earth, more resembling a grove of cast iron than a wood of exogenous trees. Why I regarded the spot as favorable for an ambush was chiefly this. A party approaching it from the plain and climbing the hill might fancy a host of enemies in their front, and the trees themselves, with their heads radiating blades, bore a striking resemblance to an array of plumed, gigantic warriors. Many of the yuccas were only 6 feet in height, with tufted heads and branchless trunks as gross as the body of a man, and they might readily have been mistaken for human beings. I perceived at a glance the advantage of the position. Should the Indians pursue me, and I could succeed in reaching the timber before them, a volley from my comrades would check the pursuers, however numerous. The 9 rifles would be enough. With a few shots from the revolvers, the savages would fancy 900 under the mystifying shadows of that spectral-like grove. With confidence strengthened by these considerations, I once more turned my face upstream, and breasting the current, waded on. End of chapter 90.
Chapter 91 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Section 91. Upstream. My progress was far from being rapid. The water was occasionally deeper or shallower, but generally rising above my hips, deep enough to render my advance a task of time and difficulty. The current was, of course, against me, and though not very swift, seriously impeded me. I could have advanced more rapidly, but for the necessity of keeping my head and that of my horse below the escarpment of the bank. At times it was a close fit, with scarcely an inch to spare, and in several places I was compelled to move with my neck bent, and my horse's nose held close down to the surface of the water. At intervals I paused to rest myself, for the exertion of wading against the current wearied me and took away my breath. This was particularly the case when I required to go in a crouching attitude, but I chose my resting places where the channel was deepest and where I could stand erect. I was all the while anxious to look up and take a survey of the camp. I wished to ascertain its distance and position, but I dared not raise my head above the level of the bank. The sward that crowned it was smooth as a mown meadow, and the edge-line of the turf even and unbroken. Had I shown but my hand above it, it might have been seen in that clear white light. I dared not show either hand or head. I had advanced I knew not how far, but I fancied I must be near the lines. All the way I had kept close under the left bank, which, as Rube had predicted, now rose a full half-yard above the waterline. This was a favorable circumstance, and another equally so was the fact that the moon on the eastern side, was yet low in the sky, and consequently the bank flung a broad black shadow that extended nearly halfway across the stream. In this shadow I walked, and its friendly darkness sheltered both myself and my horse. I fancied I must be near the lines, and longed to reconnoiter them, but, for the reasons already given, dared not. I was equally afraid to make any farther advance, for that might be still more perilous. I had already noted the direction of the wind. It blew from the river and towards the camp, and should I bring my horse opposite the line of the mustangs, I would then be directly to windward of them, and in danger from their keen nostrils. They would be almost certain to take up the scent of my steed, and utter their warning snorts. The breeze was light, but so much the worse. There was sufficient to carry the smell, and not enough to drown the plunging noise necessarily made by my horse moving through the water, with the occasional hollow pounding of his hoofs upon the rocks at the bottom. If I raised my head over the bank, there was the danger of being seen. If I advanced, the prospect was one of equal peril of being scented. For some moments I stood hesitating, uncertain as to whether I should leave my horse or lead him a little farther. I heard noises from the camp, but they were not distinct enough to guide me. I looked back down the river in the hope of being able to calculate the distance I had come, and by that means decide where I was, but my observation furnished no data by which I could determine my position. With my eyes almost on a level with the surface of the water, I could not judge satisfactorily of distance. I turned my face upstream again and scrutinized the parapet line of the bank. Just then I saw an object over its edge that answered well to guide me. It was the croup and hip bones of a horse, one of the mustangs, staked near the bank. I saw neither the head nor shoulders of the animal. Its hindquarters were towards the stream. Its head was to the grass. It was browsing. The sight gratified me. The mustang was full 200 yards above the point I had reached. I knew that its position marked the outer line of the encampment. I was in the very place where I wanted to be, about 200 yards from the lines. Just at that distance I desired to leave my horse. I had taken the precaution to bring with me my picket pin, one of the essentials of the prairie traveler. It was the work of a moment to delve it into the bank. I needed not to drive it with violence. My well-trained steed never broke fastening, however slight. With him, the stake was only required as a sign that he was not free to wander. In a moment, then, he was staked, and with a whisper I parted from him and kept on upstream. I had not waded a dozen yards farther when I perceived a break in the line of the bank. It was a little gully that led slantingly from the level of the prairie down to the bed of the stream. Its counterpart I perceived on the opposite side. The two indicated a ford or crossing used by buffaloes, wild horses, and other denizens of the prairie. At first I viewed it with apprehension. I feared it might uncover my body to the eyes of the enemy, but on coming opposite, my fears were allayed. The slope was abrupt, and the high ground screened me as before. There would be no danger in passing the place. As I was about moving on, the idea arrested me, and I paused to regard the gully with a look of greater interest. I perceived an advantage in it. I had been troubled about the position in which I had left my horse. Should I succeed in getting back, of course it would be under pressure of a hot pursuit, and my steed was not conveniently placed. His back was below the level of the bank. He might easily be mounted, but how should I get him out of the channel of the stream? Only by a desperate leap might he reach the plain above, but he might fail in the effort. Time might be lost, when time and speed would be most wanted. I had been troubled with this thought. It need trouble me no longer. The crossing afforded easy access either to or from the bed of the river, the very thing I wanted. I was not slow to profit by the discovery. I turned back, and having released the rein, led my horse gently up to the break. Choosing a spot under the highest part of the bank, I fastened him as before, and again left him. I now moved with more ease and confidence, but with increased caution. I was getting too near to risk making the slightest noise in the water. A single splash might betray me. It was my intention to keep within the channel until I had passed the point where the horses were staked. By so doing, I should avoid crossing the line of the horse guards, and, what was quite as important, that of the horses themselves, for I was equally apprehensive of being discovered by the latter. Once inside their circle, they would take no notice of me, for doubtless there would be other Indians within sight, and I trusted to my well-counterfeited semblance of savagery to deceive the eyes of these equine sentinels. I did not wish to go far beyond their line. That would bring me in front of the camp itself, too near its fires and its idle groups. I had noticed before starting that there was a broad belt between the place occupied by the men and that where their horses were staked. This neutral ground was little used by the camp loungers, and somewhere on the edge of it I was desirous of making my entree. I succeeded to my utmost wishes. Closely hugging the bank, I passed the browsing mustangs. Under their very noses I glided past, for I could hear them munching the herbage right over me. But so silently did I steal along that neither snort nor hoof-stroke heralded my advance. In a few minutes I was sufficiently beyond them for my purpose. I raised my head. Slowly and gently I raised it, till my eyes were above the level of the prairie slope. No one was near. I could see the swarth savages grouped around their fires, but they were 100 yards off or more. They were capering and talking and laughing, but no ear was bent, and no eye seemed turned towards me. No one was near. I grasped the bank with my hands and drew myself up. Slowly and silently I ascended, like some demon from the dark trap-door of a stage. On my knees I reached the level of the turf, and then gently rising to my feet, I stood erect within the limits of the Indian camp, to all appearance as complete a savage as any upon the ground. End of Chapter 91. Chapter 92 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid, Section 92. Coup-d'oeil of the camp. For some minutes I stood motionless as a statue. I stirred neither hand nor foot, lest the movement should catch the eye either of the horse guards or those moving around the fires. I had already donned my plumed headdress before climbing out of the channel, and after getting on the bank, my first thought was to replace my pistols in the belt behind my back. The movement was stealthily made, and with like stealthy action, I suffered the mantle of jaguar skins to drop from my shoulders and hang to its full length. I had saved the robe from getting wet, and its ample skirt now served me in concealing my soaked breechcloth as well as the upper half of my leggings. These and the moccasins were, of course, saturated with water, but I had not much uneasiness about that. In a prairie camp and upon the banks of a stream, an Indian with wet leggings could not be a spectacle to excite suspicion. There would be many reasons why my counterpart might choose to immerse his copper-colored extremities in the river. Moreover, the buckskin, dressed Indian fashion, was speedily casting the water. It would soon drip dry, or, even if wet, would scarcely be observed under such light. The spot where I had landed chanced to be one of the least conspicuous in the whole area of the camp. I was just between two lights, the red glare of the campfires and the mellower beams of the moon, and the atmospheric confusion occasioned by the meeting of the distinct kinds of light favored me by producing a species of optical delusion. It was but slight, and I could easily be seen from the center of the camp, but not with sufficient distinctness for my disguise to be penetrated by anyone, Therefore, it was hardly probable that any of the savages would approach or trouble their heads about me. I might pass for one of themselves, indulging in a solitary saunter, yielding himself to a moment of abstraction or melancholy. I was well enough acquainted with Indian life to know that there was nothing outre or unlikely in this behavior. Such conduct was perfectly en règle. I did not remain long on that spot, only long enough to catch the salient features of the scene. I saw there were many fires, and around each was grouped number of human forms, some squatted, some standing. The night was cold enough to make them draw near to the burning logs, and for this reason but few were wandering about, a fortunate circumstance for me. There was one fire larger than the rest. From its dimensions it might be termed a bonfire, such as is made by the flattering and flunkeyish peasantry of the old world lands, when they welcome home the squire and the count. It was placed directly in front of the solitary tent, and not a dozen paces from its entrance. Its blazing pile gave forth a flood of red light that reached even to the spot where I stood, and flickered in my face. I even fancied I could feel its glow upon my cheeks. Around this fire were many forms of men, all of them standing up. I could see the faces of those who were upon its farther side, but only the figures of these on the nearer. The former I could see with almost as much distinctness as if I had been close beside them. I could trace the lineaments of their features, the painted devices on their breasts and faces, the style of their habiliments. The sight of these last somewhat astonished me. I had expected to see red-skinned warriors in leggings, moccasins, and breechcloth, with heads naked or plumed and shoulders draped under brown robes of buffalo skin. Some such there were, but not all of them were so costumed. On the contrary, I beheld savages shrouded in serapes and cloaks of broadcloth, with calzoneros on their legs, and upon their heads huge hats of black glaze, regular Mexican sombreros. In short, I beheld numbers of them in full Mexican costume. Others, again, were dressed somewhat in a military fashion, with helmets or stiff shakos, ill-fitting uniform coats of red or blue cloth, oddly contrasting with the brown buckskin that covered their legs and feet. With some astonishment I observed these fancy dresses, but my surprise passed away when I reflected upon who were the men before me, and whence they had lately come, where they had been, and on what errand. It was no travesty, but a scene of actual life. The savages were clad in the spoils they had captured from civilization. I need not have been at such pains with my toilette under any guise. I should scarcely have looked odd in the midst of such a motley crew. Even my own uniform might have passed muster, all except the color of my skin. Fortunately, a few of the band still preserved their native costume. A few appeared in full paint and plumes, else I should have been too Indian for such a company. It cost not a minute to note these peculiarities, nor did I stay to observe them minutely. My eyes were in search of Isolina. I cast inquiring glances on all sides. I scrutinized the groups around the different fires. I saw others, women, whom I knew to be captives, but I saw not her. I scanned their forms and the faces of those who were turned towards me. A glance would have been enough. I could easily have recognized her face under the firelight, under any light, but it was not before me. In the tent, she must be there. I determined to move away from the spot where I had hitherto been standing. My eye, quickened by the necessity of action, had fallen upon the copse that stretched along the entire background of the camp. At a glance I detected the advantage offered by its shadowy cover. The tent, as already stated, was placed close to the edge of the timber, and in front of the tent was the great fire. Plainly, this was the gravitating point, the center of motive and motion. If aught of interest was to be enacted, there would lie the scene. In the lodge or near it would she be found. Certainly she would be there, and there I resolved to seek her. End of Chapter 92. Chapter 93 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 93. A Friendly Encounter. Just then, the shrill voice of a crier pealed through the camp, and I observed a general movement. I could not make out what the man said, but the peculiar intonation told that he was uttering some signal or summons. Something of importance was about to transpire. The Indians now commenced circling around the blazing pile, meeting and passing each other, as if threading the mazes of some silent and solemn dance. Others were seen hastening up from distant parts of the camp, as if to observe the actions of those around the fire, or join with them in the movement. I did not wait to watch them. Their attention thus occupied gave me an opportunity of reaching the copse unobserved, and without further ado I started towards it. I walked slowly, and with an assumed air of careless indifference. I counterfeited the Comanche walk. Not that bold free port, the magnificent and inimitable stride, so characteristic of Chippewa and Shawano, of Huron and Iroquois, but the shuffling, gingery step of an English jockey, for such in reality is the gait of the Comanche Indian when afoot. I must have played my part well. A savage, crossing from the horse guards towards the great fire, passed near me and hailed me by name. "Wakano," cried he. "Que cosa?" "Well, what matter?" I replied in Spanish, imitating as well as I could the Indian voice and accent. It was a venture, but I was taken at a strait and could not well remain silent. The man appeared some little surprised at being addressed in the language of Mexico. Nevertheless, he understood it and made a rejoinder. "You hear the summons, Wakano? Why do you not come forward? The council meets. Hisu Royo is already there." I understood what was said, more from the Indian's gestures than his speech, though the words summons, council, and the name Hisu Royo helped me to comprehend his meaning. I chanced to know the Comanche epithets for the two first, and also that Hisu Royo, the Spanish wolf, was the Indian appellation of the Mexican renegade. Though I understood what was said, I was not prepared with a reply. I dared not risk the answer in Spanish, for I knew not the extent of Wakano's proficiency in the Andalusian tongue. I felt myself in a dilemma, and the importunate savage, no doubt some friend of Wakano himself, appeared determined to stick to me. How was I to get rid of him? A happy idea came to my relief. Assuming an air of extreme dignity, and as though I did not wish to be disturbed in my meditations, I raised my hand and waved the man a parting salute. At the same time, turning my head, I walked slowly away. The Indian accepted the congé and moved off, but evidently with an air of reluctance. As I glanced back over my shoulder, I could see him parting from the spot with a hesitating step, no doubt somewhat astonished at the strange behavior of his friend Wakano. I did not look back again until I had placed myself under the shadow of the timber. Then I turned to reconnoiter. My friend had continued on. I saw him just entering among the crowd that circled around the great fire. Screened from observation by the shadow, I could now pause and reflect. The trifling incident that had caused me some apprehension had also helped me to secure some useful knowledge. First, I had learned my own name. Second, that a council was about to take place. And thirdly, that the renegade, Hisu Royo, had something to do with the council. This was knowledge of importance. Combined with my previous information, everything was now made clear. This council could be no other than the jury trial between the renegade and the yet nameless chief, the same that was to decide to which belonged the right of property in my betrothed. It was about to meet. It had not assembled as yet. Then I had arrived in time. Neither white savage nor red savage had yet come into possession. Neither had dared to lay a hand on the coveted and priceless gem. Isolina was still safe, thus singularly preserved from brutal contact. These dogs in the manger, their mutual jealousy, had proved her protection. I was consoled by the thought, strange source of consolation. I was in time, but where was she? From my new position I had a still better view of the camp, its fires and its denizens. She was nowhere to be seen. In the lodge, then. She must certainly be there, or a new suspicion occurred to me. She may be kept apart from the other captives. In the copse. She may be concealed in the copse until the sentence be pronounced. This last conjecture brought along with it hopes and resolves. I determined to search the copse. If I should find her there, my emprise would be easy indeed, at all events easier than I had anticipated. Though guarded by the savages, I should rescue her from their grasp. The lives of 6 men, perhaps twice that number, were under my belt. The odds of unarmed numbers would be nothing against the deadly bullets from my revolvers, and I perceived, too, that most of the savages had laid aside their weapons, confident in the security of their camp. But I might find her alone, or perhaps with but a single jailer. The meeting of the council favored the supposition. The men would all be there, some to take part, others interested in the result, or merely from curiosity to watch the proceedings. Yes, all of them would have an interest in the issue. Too surely all. The barbarous customs of these savage brutes at the moment came to my remembrance. I stayed no longer to reflect, but gliding into the grove, commenced my search for the captive. The ground was favorable to my progress. There was not much underwood, and the trees grew thinly. I could easily pass amongst them without the necessity of crouching, and without making noise. The silent tread of the moccasin was in my favor, as also the dark shadowy foliage that stretched overhead, hiding the sky from my view. The chief timber of the copse was the pecan hickory, almost an evergreen, and the trees were still in full leaf. Only here and there, where the trunks stood far apart, did the moonbeams strike through the thick frondage. The surface of the ground was shrouded from her light, and the narrow aisles through which I passed were as dark as if no moon had been shining. There was still light enough to reveal some horrid scenes. Oh, heaven! My heart bleeds at the remembrance. I was wrong in my conjectures. The men had not all gone to the council. The captive women were not all by the campfires. I beheld ruffian men beside their helpless victims, women, fair white women, with drooping heads and listless air, disheveled weeping. Oh, heaven! My heart bleeds at the remembrance. It recoiled at the sight. It burned with indignation. At every turn did it prompt me to draw knife or pistol. At every step my fingers itched to immolate a hideous, paint-besmeared brute, to slay a noble savage. I was restrained only by my own desperate situation, by my apprehensions for the safety of Isolina, now more acute than ever. What horrid imaginings crowded into my brain, begot by the barbarous scenes that were enacted around me. The monsters, too earnestly occupied with their captives, took no heed of me, and I passed on without interruption. I threaded the pathways of the grove, one after another, gliding through as rapidly as the path would permit. I entered every aisle and glade. I sought everywhere, even to the farthest limits of the wood. I saw more men, more weeping women, more red ruffianism. I saw naught of her for whom I searched. In the tent, then, she must be there. I turned my face toward the lodge. and moving with stealthy step, soon arrived among the trees that stood in the rear. I halted near the edge, and separating the leaves with my hands, peered cautiously through. I had no need to search further. Isolina was before my eyes. End of chapter 93. Chapter 94 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Section 94. The Counsel. Yes, there was my betrothed, within sight, within hearing, almost within reach of my hands, and I dared not touch. I dared not speak. I scarcely dared look upon her. My fingers trembled among the leaves. My heart rose and fell. I could feel within my breast its strokes, rapid and irregular. I could hear its sonorous vibration. It was not at the first glance that I saw Isolina. On looking through the leaves, the Coup-d'oeil was a scene that quite astonished me, and for a while occupied my attention. Since I had last gazed upon the great fire, the grouping around it had undergone an entire change. A new tableau was presented that, for the moment, held me under a spell of surprise. The fire no longer blazed, or only slightly, and when stirred, the logs had burned into coals, and now yielded a fainter light, but one more red and garish. It was steady, nevertheless, and the vastness of the pile rendered it strong enough to illumine the campground to its utmost limits. The fire was still encircled by savages, but no longer standing, nor grouped irregularly, as I had before observed them. On the contrary, they were seated, or rather squatted at equal distances from each other, and forming a ring that girdled the huge mound of embers. There were about 20 of these men. I did not count them, but I observed that all were in their native costume, leggings, and breechcloth to the waist, nothing above, save the armlets and shell ornaments of nose, ears, and neck. All were profusely painted with chalk, ochre, and vermilion. Beyond doubt, I was looking upon the Counsel. The other Indians, they in fancy dresses, were still upon the ground, but they were standing behind, retired a pace or two from the circle, and in groups of 2, 3, or 4, talking in low mutterings. Others were moving about at a still greater distance from the fire. My observation of all these features of the scene did not occupy 10 seconds of time, just so long as my eyes were getting accustomed to the light. At the end of that interval, my glance rested upon Isolina, and there became fixed. In the chain of Indians that encircled the fire, there was a break, an interval of 10 or a dozen feet. It was directly in front of the lodge and above the fire, for the ground gently sloped from the tent towards the stream. In this spot the captive was seated. Her situation was exactly between the lodge and the fire, and a little retired behind the circle of the council. The tent intervening between her and my position had prevented me from seeing her at first. She was half seated, half reclining upon a robe of wolf skins. I saw that her arms were free. I saw that her limbs were bound. Her back was to the tent, her face turned towards the council. I could not see it. To recognize my betrothed, I did not need to look upon her face. Her matchless form, outlined against the red embers, was easily identified. The full round curve of the neck, the oval lines of the head, the majestic sweep of the shoulders, the arms, smooth and symmetrical, all these were familiar to my eyes, for oft they had dwelt on them in admiration. I could not be mistaken. The form before me was that graven upon my heart. It was Isolina's. There was another salient point in this singular tableau. that could not escape observation. Beyond the fire and directly opposite to where Isolina was placed, I saw another well-known object, the white steed. He was not staked there, but haltered and held in hand by one of the Indians. He must have been lately brought upon the ground, for from neither of my former points of observation had I noticed him. He, like his mistress, was on trial. His ownership was also a matter of dispute. There was in sight one more object that interested me. Not with friendly interest did I regard it, but with disgust and indignation. Not seated in the council ring, nor standing among the idle groups, but apart from all, I beheld Rosario, the renegade. Savage as were the red warriors, fiend-like as they appeared with their paint-smeared visages, not one looked so savage or fiend-like as he. The features of this man were naturally bad, but the paint, for he had adopted this with every other vile custom of barbarian life, rendered their expression positively ferocious. The device upon his forehead was a death's head and crossbones done in white chalk, and upon his breast appeared the well-imitated semblance of a bleeding scalp, the appropriate symbols of a cruel disposition. There was something unnatural in white skin thus disfigured, for the native complexion was not hidden. Here and there it could be perceived forming the ground of the motley elaboration, its pallid hue in strange contrast with the deeper colors that daubed it. It was not the canvas for such a picture. Yet there the picture was. In red and yellow, black, white, and blue, there stood the deep-dyed villain. I saw not his rival. I looked for him, but saw him not. Perhaps he was one of those who stood around. Perhaps he had not yet come up. He was the son of the head chief. Perhaps he was inside the lodge. The last was the most probable conjecture. The great calumet was brought forward and lit by the fire. It was passed around the circle from mouth to mouth, each savage satisfying himself with a single draw from its tube. I knew that this was the inauguration of the council. The trial was about to proceed. End of Chapter 94.
Chapter 95 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail. Chapter 95. Measuring the Chances. The situation in which I was placed by chance could not have been better had I deliberately chosen it. I had under my eyes the Counsel fire and Counsel, the groups around, in short the whole area of the camp. What was of most importance I could see without being seen. Along the edge of the copse there extended a narrow belt of shadow, similar to that which had favored me while in the channel, and produced by a like cause, for the stream and the selvage of the grove were parallel to each other. The moonbeams fell obliquely upon the grove, and under the thick foliage of the pecans I was well screened from her light behind, while the lodge covered me from the glare of the fire in front. I could not have been better placed for my purpose. I saw the advantage of the position, and resolved therefore to abide in it. The observations and reflections thus given in detail occupied me but a few minutes of time. Thought is quick, and at that crisis mine was more than usually on the alert. Almost instantaneously did I perceive the points that most interested me, or had reference to my plans. Almost instantaneously I had mastered the situation, and I next bent my mind upon the way to take advantage of it. I saw there was but one way to proceed. My original scheme must be carried out. Under so many eyes, there was not the slightest chance that the captive could be stolen away. She must be taken openly, and by a bold stroke. Of this was I convinced. The question arose, When should I make the attempt? At that moment? She was not 10 paces from where I stood. Could I rush forward and with my knife set free her limbs? Might we then get off before the savages could fling themselves upon us? Hopeless, impossible. She was too near them. She was too near the renegade who claimed her as his property. He was standing almost over her, within distance of a single leap. In his belt I saw the long triangular blade of a Spanish knife. He could have cut me down ere I could have severed a cord of her fastenings. The attempt would fail. Success was hopeless, impossible. I must wait for a better opportunity, and I waited. I remembered Rube's last word of counsel, not to act too hastily, and his reasons, that if I must make a desperate strike for it, to leave the grand coup to the last moment, the circumstances could be no more favorable then than now. Under the influence of this idea, I checked my impatience and waited. I watched his arroyo. I watched the squatted forms around the fire. I watched the straggling groups behind them. In turn, my eyes wandered from one to the other. At intervals, too, they rested upon Isolina. Up to this moment, I had not seen her countenance. I saw only the reverse of that beautiful image so deeply graven upon my heart. But even then, under that suspense of peril, strange thoughts were passing within me. I felt a singular longing to look upon her face. I remembered the Heredero. It pleased fortune to smile upon me. So many little incidents were occurring in my favor that I began to believe the fates propitious, and my hopes of success were growing stronger apace. Just then the captive turned her head, and her face was towards me. There was no mark on that fair brow. That soft cheek was without a scar. The delicate skin was intact, smooth, and diaphanous as ever. The Heredero had been merciful. Perhaps something had occurred to interrupt or hinder him from his horrid work. I prayed that the matador had met with a similar interruption. I could not tell. Those profuse clusters covered all, neck, bosom, and shoulders. All were hidden under the dark dishevelment. I could not tell, but I did not dare to hope. Scipio had seen the blood. It was but a momentary glance, and her face was again turned away. At intervals she repeated it, and I saw that she looked in other directions. I could note the uneasiness of her manner. I could tell why those glances were given. I knew her design. Oh, for one word in her hearing, one whisper! It might not be. She was too closely watched. Jealous eyes were upon her. Savage hearts were gloating over her beauty. No word could have reached her that would not have been heard by others, by all around the fire, for the silence was profound. The counsel had not yet essayed to speak. The stillness was at length broken by the voice of a crier, who in a shrill tone proclaimed that the council was in session. There was something so ceremonious in the whole proceedings, and every moment was made with such regularity, that but for the open air, the fire, the wild savage costumes, and fierce painted faces, I might have fancied myself in the presence of a civilized court, and witnessing a trial by jury. It was, in effect, just such a trial. Though judge there was none, the members of the jury were themselves the judges. For in the simplicity of such primitive litigation, each was presumed to understand the law without an interpreter. Pleaders, too, were equally absent. Each party, plaintiff and defendant, was expected to plead his own case. Such is the simple fashion in the high court of the prairies. a fashion which might elsewhere be adopted with advantage. The name of Hiso Royo pealed upon the air. The crier was calling him into court, another parallel with the customs of civilization. 3 times the name was pronounced, at each repetition in louder voice than before. The man might have spared his breath. He who was summoned was upon the spot and ready to answer. Before the echo died away, the renegade uttered a response, and stepping to an open space within the ring, halted, drew himself up to his full height, folded his arms, and in this attitude stood waiting. At that crisis the thought occurred to me whether I should rush forward and at once decide the fate of myself and my betrothed. The seated warriors appeared to be all unarmed, and the renegade, whose hand I most regarded, was now farther off, having gone round to the opposite side of the fire. The situation was favorable, and for a moment I stood straining upon the spring. But my eye fell upon the spectators in the background. Many of them were directly in the way I should have to take. I saw that many of them carried weapons, either in their hands or upon their persons, and Hiso Royo himself was still too near. I could never fight my way against such odds. I could not break such a line. It would be madness to attempt it. Rube's counsel was again ringing in my ears, and once more I abandoned the rash design. End of chapter 95. Chapter 96 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 96, The White-Haired Chief. There was an interval of silence, a dramatic pause that lasted for more than a minute. It was ended by one of the council rising to his feet and by a gesture inviting Hiso Royo to speak. The renegade began. Red warriors of the Haitan, brothers, what I have to say before the council will not require many words. I claim yonder Mexican girl as my captive, and therefore as my own. Who denies my right? I claim the white horse as mine, my prize fairly taken. The speaker paused, as if to wait for further commands from the council. Hiso Royo has spoken his claim to the Mexican maiden and the white steed. He has not said upon what right he rests it. Let him declare his right in presence of the council. This was said by the same Indian who had made the gesture and who appeared to direct the proceedings. He was not acting by any superior authority, which he may have possessed, but merely by reason of his being the oldest of the party. Among the Indians, age gives precedence. Brothers, continued Hiso Royo, in obedience to the command, my claim is just. Of that you are to be the judges. I know your true hearts. You will not shut them against justice. I need not read to you your own law, that he who makes a captive has the right to keep it, to do with it as he will. This is the law of your tribe, of my tribe as well, for yours is mine. Grunts of approbation caused a momentary interruption in the speech. Haitans, resumed the speaker, my skin is white, but my heart is the color of your own. You did me the honor to adopt me into your nation. You honored me by making me first a warrior, and afterwards a war chief. Have I ever given you cause to regret what you have done? Have I ever betrayed your trust?" A volley of exclamations indicated a response in the negative. "I have confidence, then, in your love of justice and truth. I have no fear that the color of my skin will blind your eyes, for you all know the color of my heart." Fresh signs of approbation followed the adroit stroke of eloquence. "Then, brothers, listen to my cause. I claim the maiden and the horse. I need not tell where they were found and how. Your own eyes were witnesses of their capture. There has been talk of a doubt as to who made it, for many horsemen were in the pursuit. I deny that there is any doubt. My lasso was first over the head of the horse, was first tightened around his throat, first brought him to a stand. To take the horse was to take the rider. It was my deed. Both are my captives. I claim both as my property. Who is he that disputes my claim? Let him stand forth." Having delivered this challenge with a defiant emphasis, the speaker fell back into his former attitude, and once more folding his arms, remained silent and immobile. Another pause followed, which was again terminated by a sign from the old warrior who had first spoken. This gesture was directed to the crier, who the moment after, raising his shrill voice, called out, "Wacona!" The name caused me to start as if struck by an arrow. It was my own appellation. I was Wacona. It was pronounced thrice, each time louder than the preceding. "Wacona! Wacona! Wacona!" A light flashed upon me. Wacona was the rival claimant. He whose breech-cloth was around my hips, whose robe hung from my shoulders, whose plumed bonnet adorned my head, whose pigments disfigured my face. He of the red hand upon his breast, and the cross upon his brow, was no other than Wacona. I cannot describe the singular sensation I felt at this discovery. I was in a perilous position indeed. My fingers trembled among the leaves. I released the branchlets, and let them close up before my face. I dared not trust myself to look forth. For some moments I stood still and silent, but not without trembling. I could not steady my nerves under such a dread agitation. I listened, but looked not. There was an interval of breathless silence. No one seemed to stir or speak. They were waiting the effect of the summons. Once more the voice of the crier was heard pronouncing, in triple repetition, "Wacona! Wacona! Wacona!" Again followed an interval of silence, but I could hear low mutterings of surprise and disappointment as soon as it was perceived that the Indian did not answer to his name. I alone knew the reason of his absence. I knew that Wacona could not, the true Wacona, that his counterfeit would not come. Though I had undertaken to personate the savage chieftain, for this act in the drama I was not prepared. The stage must wait. Even at that moment I was sensible of the ludicrousness of the situation. So extreme was it, that even at that moment of direst peril I felt a half inclination for laughter. But the feeling was easily checked, and once more, parting the branches, I ventured to look forth. I saw there was some confusion. Wacona had been reported missing. The members of the council still preserved both their seats and stoical composure, but the younger warriors behind were uttering harsh ejaculations and moving about from place to place with that restless air that betokens at once surprise, and disappointment. At this crisis, an Indian was seen emerging from the tent. He was a man of somewhat venerable aspect, though venerable more from age than any positive expression of virtue. His cheeks were furrowed by time, and his hair white as bleached flax, a rare sight among Indians. There was something about this individual that bespoke him a person of authority. Wahconah was the son of the chief. The chief, then, should be an old man. This must be he. I had no doubt of it, and my conjecture proved to be correct. The white-haired Indian stepped forward to the edge of the ring, and with a wave of his hand, commanded silence. The command was instantly obeyed. The murmuring ceased, and all placed themselves in fixed attitudes to listen. End of chapter 96. Chapter 97 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Mayne Reid. Chapter 97. Speeches in Council. "High Tans," began the chief, for such in reality was the old Indian. "My children and brothers in council, I appeal to you to stay judgment in this matter. I am your chief, but I claim no consideration on that account. Wahconah is my son, but for him I ask no favor. I demand only justice and right, such as would be given to the humblest in our tribe. I ask no more for my son Wahconah. Wahconah is a brave warrior. Who among you does not know it? His shield is garnished with many trophies taken from the hated paleface. His leggings are fringed with scalps of the Utah and Cheyenne. At his heels drag the long locks of the Pawnee and Arapaho. Who will deny that Wahconah, my son Wahconah, is a brave warrior?" A murmur of assent was the response to his paternal appeal. "The Spanish wolf, too, is a warrior. A brave warrior, I deny it not. He is stout of heart and strong of arm. He has taken many scalps from the enemies of the Hightan. I honor him for his achievements. Who among us does not?" A general chorus of ughs and other ejaculations from both council and spectators responded to this interrogatory. The response, both in tone and manner, was strongly in the affirmative, and I could tell by this that the renegade, not Wahconah, was the favorite. The old chief also perceived that such was the prevailing sentiment, and despite his pretensions to fair play, he was evidently nettled at the reply. The father of Wahconah was undoubtedly no Brutus. After a momentary pause, he resumed speech, but in a tone entirely altered. He was now painting the reverse side of Rosaro's portrait, and as he threw in the darker touches, it was with evident pique and hostility. "I honor the Spanish wolf," he continued. "I honor him for his strong arm and his stout heart. I have said so. But hear me, Hitans. Hear me, children and brothers. There are two of every kind. There is a night and a day, a winter and a summer, a green prairie and a desert plain, and like these is the tongue of Rosario. It speaks two ways that differ as the light from the darkness. It is double. It forks like the tongue of the rattle serpent. It is not to be believed." The chief ceased speaking, and the Spanish wolf was permitted to make reply. He did not attempt to defend himself from the charge of the double tongue. Perhaps he knew that the accusation was just enough, and he had no reason to tremble for his popularity on that score. He must have been a great liar, indeed, to have excelled or even equaled the most ordinary storyteller in the Comanche nation, for the mendacity of these Indians would have been a match for Sparta herself. The renegade did not even deny the aspersion. He seemed to be confident in his case. He simply replied, "If the tongue of Hiso Royo is double, let not the counsel rely upon his words. Let witnesses be called. There are many who are ready to testify to the truth of what Hiso Royo has spoken. First hear Wakona. Let Wakona be heard. Where is Wakona?" These demands were made by various members of the council, who spoke simultaneously. Once more the crier's voice was heard, calling, "Wakona!" "Brothers," again spoke the chief, "it is for this I would stay your judgment. My son is not in the camp. He went back upon the trail, and has not returned. I know not his purpose, my heart is in doubt, but not in fear. Wakona is a strong warrior, and can take care of himself. He will not be long absent. He must soon return. For this I ask you to delay the judgment." A murmur of disapprobation followed this avowal. The allies of the renegade evidently mustered stronger than the friends of the young chief. Hiso Royo once more addressed the council. "What trifling would this be, warriors of the High Tan? 2 sons have gone down, and this question is not decided. I ask only justice. By our laws, the judgment cannot stand over. The captives must belong to someone. I claim them as mine, and I offer witnesses to prove my right. Wakona has no claim, else why is he not here to avow it? He has no proofs beyond his own word. He is ashamed to stand before you without proof. That is why he is now absent from the camp." "Wakona is not absent," cried a voice from among the bystanders. "He is in the camp." The announcement produced a sensation, and I could perceive that the old chief partook equally with the others of the surprise created. "Who says Wakona is in the camp?" inquired he in a loud voice. An Indian stepped forth from the crowd of spectators. I recognized the man whom I had met crossing from the horse guard. "Wakona is in the camp," repeated he, as he paused outside the circle. "I saw the young chief. I spoke with him." "When?" "Only now." "Where?" The man pointed to the scene of our accidental rencontre. "He was going yonder," said he. "He was among the trees. I saw him not after." The intelligence evidently increased the astonishment. It could not be comprehended why Wakona should be upon the ground, and yet not come forward to assert his claim. Had he abandoned it altogether? The father of the claimant appeared as much puzzled as anyone. He made no attempt to explain the absence of his son. He could not. He stood silent, and evidently in a state of mystification. Several now suggested that a search be made for the absent warrior. It was proposed to send messengers throughout the camp to search the grove. My blood ran cold as I listened to the proposal. My knees trembled beneath me. I knew that if the grove was to be searched, I should have no chance of remaining longer concealed. The dress of Wakona was conspicuous. I saw that there was none other like it. No other wore a robe of jaguar skins, and this would betray me. Even the paint would not avail. I should be led into the firelight. The counterfeit would be detected. I should be butchered upon the spot, perhaps tortured for the treatment we had given the true Wakona, which would soon become known. My apprehensions had reached the climax of acuteness, when they were suddenly relieved by some words from the Spanish wolf. "Why search for Wakona?" cried he. "Wakona knows his own name. It has been called, and loud enough. Wakona has ears. Surely he can hear for himself, if he be in the camp. Call him again, if you will." This proposition appeared reasonable. It was adopted, and the crier once more summoned the young chief by name. The voice, as all perceived, could have been heard to the farthest bounds of the camp and far beyond. An interval was allowed, during which there reigned perfect silence, every one bending his ears to listen. There came no answer. No Wahconah appeared to the summons. "Now," triumphantly exclaimed the renegade, "is it not as I have said? Warriors, I demand your judgment." There was no immediate reply. A long pause followed, during which no one spoke, either in the circle or among the spectators. At length the oldest of the council rose, relit the calumet, and after taking a whiff from the tube, handed it to the Indian seated on his left. This one in like manner passed it to the next, and he to the next, until the pipe had made the circuit of the fire, and was returned to the old warrior who had first smoked from it. The latter now laid aside the pipe, and in a formal manner, but in a voice inaudible to the spectators, proposed the question. The vote was taken in rotation, and was also delivered sotto voce. The judgment only was pronounced aloud. The decision was singular, and somewhat unexpected. The jury had been moved by a strong leaning towards equity, and an amicable adjustment that might prove acceptable to all parties. The horse was adjudged to Wahconah. The maiden was declared the property of the Spanish wolf. End of chapter 97. Chapter 98 of the War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 98. A Rough Courtship. The decision appeared to give satisfaction to all. A grim smile upon his face testified that the renegade himself was pleased. How could he be otherwise? He had certainly the best of the suit, for what was a beautiful horse to a beautiful woman, and such a woman? Even the white-haired chief seemed satisfied. Perhaps of the two, the old savage jockey preferred the horse. It might have been different had Wahconah been upon the ground. I was much mistaken if he would so tamely have acquiesced in the decision. Yes, the renegade was satisfied. More than that, he was rejoiced. His bearing bespoke his consciousness of the possession of a rare and much coveted thing. He was unable to conceal the gratification he felt, and with an air of triumph and exultation he approached the spot where the captive sat. As soon as the sentence was pronounced, the Indians who had been seated rose to their feet. The council was dismissed. Some of the members strolled off on their own business. Others remained by the great fire, mixing among their comrades, no longer with the solemn gravity of counselors, but chatting, laughing, shouting, and gesticulating as glibly and gaily as if they had been an assemblage of French dancing masters. The trial and its objects appeared to be at once forgotten. Neither plaintiff, defendant, nor cause seemed any longer to occupy the thoughts of anyone. The horse had been delivered to a friend of Wahconah, the maiden to Rosario, and the thing was settled and over. Perhaps here and there some young brave, with a pain in his heart, may have bent wistful glances upon the lovely captive. No doubt there were many who looked with envious thoughts upon Rosario and his fortunes. If so, their emotions were concealed, their glances furtive. After the council was over, no one interfered. No one seemingly took any interest, either in the renegade or his pale-faced squaw. They were left to themselves. And to me, from that moment, my eyes and thoughts rested only on them. I saw no one else. I thought of nothing else. I watched but the wolf and his victim. The old chief had retired into the tent. Isolina was left alone. Only a moment alone. Had it been otherwise, I should have sprung forward. My fingers had moved mechanically towards my knife, but there was not time. In the next instant, Hisso Royo stood beside her. He addressed her in Spanish. He did not desire the others to understand what was said. Speaking in this language, there would be less fear of them doing so. There was one who listened to every word. I listened. Not a syllable escaped me. Now, began he in an exalting tone, now, Dona Isolina de Vargas, you have heard? I know you understand the tongue in which the council has spoken. Your native tongue. Ha, ha, ha. The brute was jeering her. You are mine, soul and body mine. You have heard? I have heard, was the reply, in a tone of resignation. And surely you are satisfied, are you not? You should be. I am white as yourself. I have saved you from the embrace of a red Indian. Surely you are satisfied with the judgment. I am satisfied. This was uttered in the same tone of resignation. The answer somewhat surprised me. "'Tis a lie," rejoined the brutal monster. "You are playing false with me, sweet senorita. But yesterday you spoke words of scorn. You would scorn me still? I have no power to scorn you. I am your captive. Caramba, you speak truth. You have no power either to scorn or refuse me. Ha, ha, ha. And as little do I care if you did. You may like me or not at your pleasure. Perhaps you will take to me in time, as much as I may wish it. But that will be for your consideration, sweet senorita. Meanwhile you are mine, body and soul. You are mine, and I mean to enjoy my prize after my own fashion." The coarse taunt caused my blood, already hot enough, to boil within my veins. I grasped the half of my knife, and like a tiger stood cowering on the spring. My intent was first to cut down the ruffian, and then set free the limbs of the captive with the blood-stained blade. The chances were still against me. A score of savages were yet around the fire. Even should he fall at the first blow, I could not hope to get clear. But I could bear it no longer, and would have risked the chances at that moment, had not my foot been stayed by some words that followed. "Come," exclaimed the renegade, speaking to his victim and making sign for her to follow him. "Come, sweet senorita, this place is too public. I would talk with you elsewhere. I know where there are softer spots for that fair form to recline upon, pretty glades and arbors, choice retreats within the shadow of the grove. There, dearest, shall we retire. Vamos." Though hideous the signification of this mock-poetic speech, I joyed at hearing it. It arrested my hand and limb, both of which had been ready for action. The choice retreats within the shadow of the grove promised a better opportunity. With an effort, therefore, I restrained myself, and resolved to wait. I listened for the reply of Isolina. I watched her as well. I noted her every movement. I saw that she pointed to her limbs, to the thong fastenings around her ankles. "How can I follow you?" she inquired, in a calm voice, and in a tone of surprise. Surely that tone was feigned. Surely she meditated some design. "True," said the man, turning back, and drawing the knife from his belt. "Caray! I had not thought of that. But we shall soon—" He did not finish the sentence. He stopped in the middle of it, and in an attitude that betokened hesitation. In this attitude he remained a while, gazing into the eyes of his victim. Then, as if suddenly changing his mind, he struck the knife back into his sheath, and at the same time cried out, "By the Virgin, I shall not trust you! You're too free of limb, sweet Margarita. You might try to give me the slip. This is a better plan. Come, raise yourself up a little higher. So, now we go. Now for the grove. Vamos!" While delivering the last words, the ruffian bent himself over the half-prostrate captive, and placing his arm underneath, wound it around her waist. He then raised her upward until her bosom rested upon his, the bosom of my betrothed in juxtaposition with the painted breast of this worse than savage. I saw it, and slew him not. I saw it, and kept cool. I can scarcely tell why, for it is not a characteristic of my nature. My nerves, from being so much played upon during the preceding hours, had acquired the firmness of steel. Perhaps this enabled me to endure the sight. This combined with the almost certain prospect of an improved opportunity. At all events, I kept cool, and remained in my place, though only for a moment longer. End of chapter 98. Chapter 99 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Mayne Reid. Chapter 99. The Crisis. The renegade, having raised the unresisting captive in his arms, proceeded to carry her from the spot. He scarcely carried her. Her feet, naked and bound, trailed along the grass, both together. He passed the lodge and was going towards the copse, in an oblique direction. The savages who saw him made no attempt to interfere, shouted some lewd phrases, and laughed. I waited neither to see nor hear more. Still keeping within the timber, I glided along its edge. With quick but noiseless step I went, making for the same point towards which the ruffian ravisher was tending. I arrived first, and stooping under the shadow of the trees, waited, with knife in hand, firm grasped and ready. His burden had delayed him. He had stopped midway to rest, and was now scarcely 10 paces from the edge of the grove, with the girl still in his arms, and apparently leaning against him. There was a momentary wavering in my mind as to whether I should not then rush forth and strike the coup. The chance seemed as good a one as I might get. I was about deciding in the affirmative when I saw that Hisso Royo had again taken up his warden, and was moving towards me. He was making directly for the spot where I stood. The crisis was near. It was even nearer than I thought. The man had scarcely made 3 steps from the point of rest, when I saw him stumble and fall to the earth, carrying the captive along with him. The fall appeared accidental. I might have deemed it so, but for the wild shout with which it was accompanied. Something more than a mere stumble elicited that fearful cry. There was a short struggle upon the ground. The bodies became separated. One was seen to spring suddenly back. I saw it was Isolina. There was something in her hand. Both moonlight and firelight gleamed upon a crimson blade. She who grasped it bent for an instant downward. Its keen edge severed the thongs from her limbs, and the moment after, she was running in full flight across the level sward of the campground. Without reflection, I sprang out of the covert and rushed after. I passed the renegade, who had half regained his feet and appeared but slightly wounded. Astonishment, as much as aught else, seemed to hold him to the spot. He was shouting and swearing, calling for help, and uttering threats of vengeance. I could have slain him, and was half inclined to the act, but there was no time to stay. I only thought of overtaking the fugitive and aiding her in her flight. The alarm was given. The camp was in commotion. 50 savages were starting upon the chase. As we ran, my eyes fell upon a horse, a white horse. It was the steed. A man was leading him by a lasso. He was taking him from the fires towards the ground occupied by the mustangs. He was going to picket him on the grass. Horse and man were directly in front of us as we ran, in front of the fugitive. She was making towards them. I divined her intention. In a few seconds, he was up to the horse and had seized the rope. The Indian struggled and tried to take it away from her. The red blade gleamed in his eyes, and he gave back. He still clung to the rope, but in an instant it was cut from his hands, and quick as thought, the heroic woman leaped upon the back of the steed, and was seen galling away. The Indian was one of the horse guards, and was therefore armed. He carried bow and quiver. Before the horse had galloped beyond reach, he had bent his bow and sent an arrow from the string. I heard the whoop of the shaft, and fancied I heard it strike, but the steed kept on. I had plucked up one of the long spears as I ran across the camp. Before the Indian could adjust another arrow to the string, I had thrust him in the back. I drew out the spear, and keeping the white horse in view, ran on. I was soon in the midst of the mustangs. Many of them had already stampeded, and were galloping to and fro over the ground. The guards were dismayed, but as yet knew not the cause of the alarm. The steed with his rider passed safely through their line. I followed on foot, and as fast as I could run. 50 savages were after me. I could hear their shouts. I could hear them cry, "Wakona!" But I was soon far in advance of all. The horse guards, as I passed them, were shouting, "Wakona!" As soon as I had cleared the horse drove, I again perceived the steed, but he was now some distance off. To my joy, he was going in the right direction, straight for the yuccas upon the hill. My men would see and intercept him. I ran along the stream with all speed. I reached the broken bank, and without stopping rushed into the gully for my horse. What was my astonishment to find that he was gone, my noble steed gone, and in his place the spotted mustang of the Indian. I looked up and down the channel. I looked along its banks. Morrow was not in sight. I was puzzled, perplexed, furious. I knew no explanation of the mystery. I could think of none. Who could have done it? Who? My followers must have done it. Rube must have done it. But why? In my hot haste, I could find no reason for this singular behavior. I had no time to reflect, not a moment. I drew the animal from the water, and leaping upon his back, rode out of the channel. As I regained the level of the plain, I saw mounted men, a crowd of them, coming from the camp. They were the savages in pursuit. One was far ahead of the rest, and before I could turn my horse to flee, he was close up to me. In the moonlight, I easily recognized him. It was Hisso Royo, the renegade. "Slave!" shouted he, speaking in the Comanche tongue, and with furious emphasis. "It is you who have planned this. "Squaw, coward, you shall die. The white captive is mine. Mine, Wacona, and you—" He did not finish the sentence. I still carried the Comanche's spear. My 6-month service in the Lance Regiment now stood me in stead. The mustang behaved handsomely, and carried me full tilt upon my foe. In another instant, the renegade and his horse were parted. The former lay levelled upon the grass, transfixed with a long spear, while the latter was galloping riderless over the plain. At this crisis I perceived the crowd coming up, and close to the spot. There were 20 or more, and I saw that I should soon be surrounded. A happy idea came opportunely to my relief. All along I had observed that I was mistaken for Wacona. The Indians in the camp had cried Wacona. The horse guards shouted Wacona as I passed. The pursuers were calling Wacona as they rode up. The renegade had fallen with the name upon his lips. The spotted horse, the robe of jaguar skins, the plumed headdress, the red hand, the white cross, all proclaimed me Wacona. I urged my horse a length or two forward, and reined up in front of the pursuers. I raised my arm, and shook it in menace before their faces. At the same instant, I cried out in a loud voice, "I am Wacona! Death to him who follows!" I spoke in Comanche. I was not so sure of the correctness of my words, either of the pronunciation or the syntax, but I had the gratification to perceive that I was understood. Perhaps my gestures helped the savages to comprehend me. The meaning of these was not to be mistaken. From whatever cause, the pursuers made no further advance, but one and all, drawing in their horses, halted upon the spot. I stayed not for further parley, but wheeling quickly round, galloped away from them as fast as the mustang could carry me. End of chapter 99. Chapter 100 of the War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Section 100. The Last Chase. On facing towards the hill, I perceived the steed still not so distant. His white body, gleaming under the clear moonlight, could have been easily distinguished at a far greater distance. I had expected to see him much farther away, but after all, the tilt of lances and the menace delivered to the pursuing horsemen had scarcely occupied a score of seconds, and he could not, in the time, have gone out of sight. He was still running between myself and the foot of the hill, apparently keeping along the bank of the stream. I put the Indian horse to his full speed. The point of my knife served for whip and spur. I was no longer encumbered with the spear. It had been left in the body of Hisso Royo. I kept my eyes fixed upon the steed, but he was fast closing into the timber that skirted the base of the hill. He was nearing the bend where I had taken to the water, and would soon be hidden from my view behind the bushes. All at once I saw him swerve, and strike away to the left, across the open plain. To my surprise I saw this, for I had conjectured that his rider was aiming to reach the cover offered by the thicket. Without waiting to think of an explanation, I headed the mustang into the diagonal line and galloped forward. I was in hopes of getting nearer by the advantage thus given me, but I was ill satisfied with the creeping pace of the Indian horse, so unlike the long free stretch of my matchless Moro. Where was he? Why was I not bestriding him? The white steed soon shot clear of the hill, and was now running upon the plain that stretched beyond it. I saw that I was not gaining upon him. On the contrary, he was every moment widening the distance between us. Where was Morrow? Why had he been taken away? At that instant I perceived a dark horseman making along the foot of the ridge, as if to intercept me. He was dashing furiously through the thicket that skirted the base of the declivity. I could hear the bushes rattling against the flanks of his horse. He was evidently making all the haste in his power, at the same time aiming to keep concealed from the view of those upon the plain. I recognized my horse, and upon his back the thin, lank form of the earless trapper. We met the moment after, at the point where the thicket ended. Without a word passing between us, both simultaneously flung ourselves to the ground, exchanged horses, and remounted. Thank heaven! Morrow was at last between my knees. "Now, young feller," cried the trapper, as I parted from him, "gallop like hell and catch up with her. We'll soon be arter on your trail. All right, there, away." I needed no prompting from Rube. His speech was not finished before I sprung my horse forward and was going like the wind. It was only then that I could comprehend why the horses had been changed. A ruse it was, an afterthought of the cunning trappers. Had I mounted my own conspicuous steed by the camp, the Indians would in all probability have suspected something and continued the pursuit. It was the spotted mustang that had enabled me to carry out the counterfeit. I had now beneath me a horse I could depend upon, and with renewed vigor I bent myself to the chase. For the third time the black and white stallions were to make trial of their speed. For the third time was it to be a struggle between these noble creatures. Would the struggle be hard and long? Would Morrow again be defeated? Such were my reflections as I swept onward in the pursuit. I rode in silence. I scarcely drew breath. So keen were my apprehensions about the result. A long start had the prairie horse. My delay had thrown me far behind him, nearly a mile. But for the friendly light, I should have lost sight of him altogether. But the plain was open, the moon shining brightly, and the snow-white form, like a meteor, beaconed me onward. I had not galloped far before I perceived that I was rapidly gaining upon the steed. Surely he was not running at his fleetest. Surely he was going more slowly than was his wont. Oh, could his rider but know who was coming after! Could she but hear me! I would have called, but the distance was still too great. She could not have heard even my shouts. How then distinguish my voice? I galloped on in silence. I was gaining constantly and rapidly gaining. Surely I was drawing nearer. Or were my eyes playing false under the light of the moon? I fancied that the steed was running heavily, slowly and heavily, as if he was laboring in the race. I fancied. No, it was no fancy. I was sure of it. Beyond a doubt, he was not going at his swiftest speed. What could it mean? Was he broken by fatigue? Still nearer and nearer I came, until scarcely 300 yards appeared between us. My shout might now be heard. My voice. I called aloud. I called the name of my betrothed, coupling it with my own. But no answer came back. No sign of recognition to cheer me. The ground that lay between us favored a race-course speed, and I was about putting my horse to his full stretch, when to my astonishment I saw the white steed stagger forward and fall headlong to the earth. It did not check my career, and in a few seconds more I was upon the spot, and halting over horse and rider, still prostrate. I flung myself from the saddle just as Isolina disengaged herself and rose to her feet. With her right hand clasping the red knife, she stood confronting me. "Savage, approach me not!" she cried in the Comanche tongue, and with a gesture that told her determination. "Isolina! I am not. It is Henry!" No words interrupted that wild embrace. No sound could be heard, save that made by our hearts, as they throbbed closely together. Silently I stood upon the plain with my betrothed in my arms. Morrow was by our side, proudly curving his neck and chafing the steel between his foaming lips. At our feet lay the prairie horse, with the barb in his vitals, and the feathered shaft protruding from his side. His eyes were fixed and glassy. Blood still ran from his spread nostrils, but his beautiful limbs were motionless in death. Horsemen were seen approaching the spot. We did not attempt to flee from them. I recognized my followers. They came galloping up, and, drawing bridle, sat silent in their saddles. We looked back over the plain. There was no sign of pursuit. But for all that, we did not tarry there. We knew not how soon the Indians might be after us. The friends of Rosario might yet come upon the trail of Wacona. We scarce gave a parting look to that noble form, stretched lifeless at our feet, but plying the spur, rode rapidly away. It was near daybreak when we halted to rest, and then only after the prairie had been fired behind us. We found shelter in a pretty grove of acacias, and a grassy turf on which to repose. My wearied followers soon fell asleep. I slept not. I watched over the slumbers of my betrothed. Her beautiful head rested upon my knees. Her soft damask cheek was pillowed upon the robe of jaguar skins, and my eyes were upon it. The thick tresses had fallen aside, and I saw. The matador, too, had been merciful, or had gold bribed him from his cruel intent? No matter which, he had failed in his fiendish duty. There in full entirety were those delicate organs, perfect, complete. I saw but the trifling scar where the gold circlet had been rudely plucked, the source of that red hemorrhage that had been noticed by Scipio. I was too happy to sleep. It was our last night upon the prairies. Before the setting of another sun, we had crossed the Rio Grande and arrived in the camp of our army. Under the broad protecting wings of the American eagle, my betrothed could repose in safety, until that blissful hour when... Of the Comanches we never heard more. The story of one only was afterwards told, a fearful tale. Ill-fated Wacona, a horrid end was his. An oft-told tale by the prairie campfire is that of the skeleton of an Indian warrior found clasping the trunk of a tree. Wacona had horribly perished. We had no design of giving him to such a fate. Without thought had we acted, and though he may have deserved death, we had not designed for him such terrible retribution. Perhaps I was the only one who had any remorseful feeling, but the remembrance of that scalp-bedecked shield, the scenes in that Cyprian grove, those weeping captives wedded to a woeful lot, the remembrance of these cruel realities evermore rose before my mind, stifling the remorse I should otherwise have felt for the doom of the ill-starred savage. His death, though terrible in kind, was merited by his deeds, and was perhaps as just as punishments usually are. Poetical justice demands the death of Ihora, and by the hand of Hollingsworth. Truth enables me to satisfy the demand. On my return to the camp, I learned that the act was already consummated. The brother's blood had been avenged. It was a tragic tale, and would take many chapters in the telling. I may not give them here. Let a few particulars suffice. From that dread night, Hollingsworth had found a willing hand to aid him in his purpose of retribution, one who yearned for vengeance keenly as himself. Wheatley was the man. The two, with a chosen party, had thrown themselves on the trail of the guerrilla, and with Pedro as their guide, had followed it far within the hostile lines. Like sleuth-hounds had they followed it night and day, until they succeeded in tracking the guerrilleros to their lair. It was a desperate conflict, hand to hand and knife to knife, but the Rangers at length triumphed. Most of the guerrilleros were slain, and the band nearly annihilated. Ihora fell by Hollingsworth's own hand, while the death of the red ruffian El Zorro by the bowie knife of the Texan lieutenant was an appropriate punishment for the cruelty inflicted upon Conchita. The revenge of both was complete, though both still bore the sorrow within their hearts. The expedition of the two lieutenants was productive of other fruits. In the headquarters of the guerrilla, they found many prisoners, Yankees and Yankeados, among others, that rare diplomatist, Don Ramon de Vargas. Of course, the old gentleman was released from captivity and had arrived at the American camp, just in time to welcome his fair daughter and future son-in-law from their grand anti-hymeneal tour upon the prairies. End of Chapter 100. End of The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid.